Chapter 385. Buzz Buzz. 100 auras surged and rippled in the air, causing the sound of wind and thunder to faintly resound in the air. At this moment, all the experts on the martial ranking in the Peace Plaza were on high alert. A large amount of profound energy enveloped the plaza as various colored profound energy surged out like fireworks. It was a magnificent sight. Defeat as many opponents as you can. According to the rules of the Grand Meeting, the more opponents you defeat in the elimination round, the higher your points will be. The second round will be much easier, Ouyang Shuang said beside Du Xiaofu. Walala, in the crowd there was a tall and sturdy young man. Dark green profound energy surged around his body to form a protective armor. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, shaking the air, and causing many of the surrounding youths to tremble in fear. He was Wild Bull Mang Hao, ranked 6th on the martial ranking. Attack! Wild Bull Mang Hao gave a loud shout. His entire body was wrapped in a dark green profound energy armor, and his aura was like that of a wild bull. He immediately leapt up, directly pouncing towards a youth in long robes not far away. The place where he landed shattered the limestone floor of the plaza. Boom! Wild Bull Mang Hao punched out. Wrapped in runes, it was as powerful as thunder. Dark light flickered around his body as a dark green light lingered around him. His punch fiercely smashed out, causing the ground to crack. Pucci, the young man in long robes, was directly blasted away and fiercely smashed into the distance. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he could no longer stand up. On the shrunken version of the martial ranking, Du Xiaofu's name instantly rose by 1 place. The last one was the young man in long robes. He was the first to be defeated and directly became a cushion on the martial ranking. Rumble, following Wild Bull Mang Hao's attack, a great battle was about to break out. Waves of auras erupted, shocking the entire plaza. Demon Extermination Sword Li Yuxiao attacked. Demonic aura surged as his dark red robes fluttered, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Chi 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 Chi. Guo Xiaofeng attacked. His body was wrapped in a profound energy halo as runes spread out from his palm. Although his palm seemed light, it was actually incomparably powerful. Ghost Child's gaze locked onto a well-dressed young man. A cold and sharp aura fluctuated as his figure appeared in front of the young man like a ghost. The release of his aura was enough to make the young man's soul tremble violently. Netherworld Princess Wu Kei made a move. Her delicate body that seemed as if it had no bones contained extremely terrifying energy, and her aura surged and swept through the sky like a storm. Bang! Gu Xinyan's eyes shone brightly. There was a young man in a long robe in front of her. After exchanging blows, he was sent flying. That unlucky young man was Bing Qianli from the enforcement team. When the general attacked, his aura suppressed the mountains and rivers. As he moved, his aura surged, causing the space to tremble. Everyone gasped, not daring to get close to him. All the strongest experts on the martial ranking seemed to have an invisible tacit understanding as they took the initiative to attack those with the lowest rankings. Of course, Du Xiaofu's ranking was the lowest, but now he was an exception. No one dared to provoke Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's ferocious reputation had long made the people on the martial ranking wary of him. However, just because no one dared to provoke Du Xiaofu, it did not mean that Du Xiaofu would not make a move. The more points one had, the easier the next round would be. Du Xiaofu naturally did not wish for the next round to be more difficult for him. Looking at the square where the fierce battle had erupted, Du Xiaofu's battle intent surged. A faint golden light spread out from his eyes. Go down! A cultivator at the peak of the Pulse Spirit Realm, close to the late stage, gripped a 5-foot-long saber tightly. The saber radiance burst out and swept across the sky, shattering Ouyang Shuang's sword radiance. The runes scattered and the energy swept out. A palm print followed, heading straight for Ouyang Shuang's shoulder. Roar! A shocking beast roar was heard. Ouyang Shuang had already withdrawn her sword. She instantly communicated with her martial vein and condensed her vein spirit. A ferocious and mighty crimson cloud two-headed leopard appeared, blocking the opponent's palm. "You're still not enough." The former roared and activated the saber in his hand. His cultivation of the peak of the pulse spirit realm, close to the late stage, burst out. He was no weaker than Guoming back then. A large amount of saber radiance tore through the air and swept across the space. Many saber radiance directly hit the crimson cloud two-headed leopard, scattering many runes from its illusory body. Ouyang Shuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body staggered back, no longer able to fight. Oscillating fist. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the young man with the saber. His figure floated like a god, unpredictable like a ghost. A fist print directly bombarded the saber that the young man used to block in a panic. Bang bang bang. Sonic booms continued. The saber in the young man's hand cracked and was destroyed. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body was sent flying. He was sent flying far away, crashing into the ground. He struggled a few times, but was unable to get up. Rumble! Du Xiaofu attacked again. His body was wrapped in golden light. Wherever his figure passed, a muffled sound of energy was like thunder. One figure after another was sent flying. Wherever his figure passed, no one was able to stop him. "Sorry, we meet again." Zhu Ding of the enforcement team was sent flying by Du Xiaofu's punch. Roar, a young man at the peak of the pulse spirit realm, activated his pulse spirit, but it was directly shattered by Du Xiaofu's punch. Woo woo! Roar! The two young men at the peak of the pulse spirit realm saw that the situation was not good. They activated their pulse spirits and attacked Du Xiaofu together. Break! Du Xiaofu shouted softly and ignored the two humanoid spirit. With a wave of his hand, he scattered them into runes that filled the sky. Then, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the two young men. His hands grabbed their shoulders and slammed their bodies together. Bang! Bang! Du Xiaofu showed mercy, but the two young men were still dizzy and spat out blood. Roar! Roar! In the short period of time in the square, there were many roars of beast. Many students were forced to activate their pulse spirit. For a moment, the pulse spirits filled the sky and roared at each other deafeningly. The pressure spread and occupied the sky. Is he Du Xiaofu who was expelled by the warland? In the elders' seats, the first elder's eyes fell on the young man in purple robes with a broadsword on his back. His white hair moved slightly and his eyes flashed with spirit. First elder, he is Du Xiaofu. Elder, he who said respectfully to the first elder. He is a dual cultivator of talisman Dao and martial Dao. This child is extraordinary and can enter the top 3. In another 2 years, I'm afraid that even the 2 children of the general family and the Gu family will not be able to compare to him. The first elder said softly. Then first elder means that Du Xiaofu will not be able to compete with the general and Gu Xinyan for first place this time? Murong, she asked respectfully. The first elder's eyes were naturally extremely sharp. Perhaps he could already see the final result from this. After all, the difference between the pulse spirit stage and the martial lord stage is huge. Let's wait for the final result. I also look forward to the unexpected result. The first elder said with a faint smile. On his aged face, there was some anticipation in his eyes. What a powerful general! He defeated Jun Yuanhong, the 18th on the martial ranking, in one move. Ghost Child is too terrifying. No one can resist the cold and fierce aura on his body. He is extremely powerful. Wild Bullmang Hao is also powerful. No one can contend against him. The most terrifying one is Du Xiaofu. He is too fierce. No one can stop him. Around the square, the spectating students discussed animatedly. They watched the battle in the center of the square and the eruption of the astonishing aura, which made their hearts jump. Junior Du is really fierce. No wonder he has such a fierce reputation in the academy. In the crowd, Han Chao was dumbstruck as he watched Du Xiaofu's fierce attacks. Too powerful. Martial Dao and Talisman Dao dual majored. In the entire academy, only the general, Gu Xinyan, and Du Xiaofu are able to do so. Shock gushed out from Bing Na's delicate face. Our weapon department can finally let out a sigh of relief. Tu Tong was very excited. He grinned and appeared to be extremely happy. Not far away, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder as she watched the battle. There was not much fluctuation in her pale golden eyes. Big brother will definitely get first place. The others are too weak. They are not enough. On the other hand, the three old fellows sitting in front are barely enough. But it's still not enough. Du Xiaoqing swept her gaze across the crowd and finally stopped at the great elder, second elder, and third elder of the inner court. However, she did not take them to heart. After hearing Du Xiaoqing's words, Du Xiaoman, Han Chao, Bing Na, and the others beside her could only be dumbfounded. Bang! In the air, Du Xiaofu stomped on the vain soul of a wolf clan demon beast. At the same time, he blasted a peak pulse spirit stage youth, who was almost at the martial lord realm, off the square. Chi la la, suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind Du Xiaofu. An invisible chill spread out and permeated the space. A sharp talisman claw appeared out of thin air. Crack crack, wherever this rune paw print passed, the space seemed to be covered with frost. It was as vicious and tricky as a poisonous snake. It appeared behind Du Xiaofu in an instant, and a terrifying and mighty aura suppressed and sealed the space. Boom! The entire space froze. With such a terrifying aura, the attacker was no longer at the pulse spirit stage, but at the martial lord realm. At this moment there was a martial lord realm cultivator attacking Du Xiaofu, and it was a sudden sneak attack. Humph! Du Xiaofu let out a deep roar and released a domineering aura. A pale golden light was released from his body, and his might was terrifying. Woo woo! Ao ao! Under Du Xiaofu's domineering aura, many pulse spirit beasts in the air roared and trembled for no reason. They were affected and instinctively felt fear. Today's update is complete. Chapter 386. Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu let out a loud shout as he waved his hand. Layers upon layers of golden talisman symbols gushed out like cattail leaf fans or the golden wings of a giant ping. His terrifying aura rushed forward. Dazzling golden talisman symbols poured out like a flood and swept out like waves. Suddenly, with a whoosh sound, they collided with the talisman symbol Ice Claw behind him. Chi la la, a terrifying aura erupted. Many of the elders were secretly surprised as they saw the rune Ice Claw directly shatter, turning into runes that filled the sky and spread out. Chi la la, amidst the dispersing energy, a young man in white clothes staggered back a few steps in the air. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the purple-robed man who carried a broadsword on his back not far in front of him. There was some shock in his eyes. Du Xiaofu stood in the air and looked at the young man in white who had just launched a sneak attack. It was the ice python by Ichuan. Although his cultivation had not reached the mysterious level of the martial marquis realm, he was still slightly stronger than the overlord spear Qianguyu. "You like to attack me? Then I'll do as you wish." A chilling expression appeared on Du Xiaofu's face as he took a step forward and directly headed towards Bai Ichuan. His aura was ferocious, and it was clear that he had no intention of letting Bai Ichuan off. Someone had tried to harm him and had not shown any mercy at all. Given Du Xiaofu's character, how could he possibly tolerate such a thing? Bai Ichuan secretly took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He was only at the spiritual pulse realm, and there were so many elders by his side. Could this kid really turn the heavens upside down? In an instant, an astonishingly cold aura surged out from Bai Ichuan's body, as if it wanted to freeze the surrounding space. The runes all over his body began to glow, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Brat, come at me if you have the ability!" Bai Ichuan shouted at Du Xiaofu who was walking towards him. A cold smile hung on his lips. His aura was also extraordinary. He was ranked 7th on the martial ranking. How could he be ordinary? So what if I'm here? Since you dared to ambush me, you'll have to pay the price. Du Xiaofu didn't care about Bai Yichuan's coldness at all. His figure appeared like a ghost, drifting about like a deity. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bai Yichuan. What a fast speed! It seems to be some kind of unpredictable high-level movement technique. Even the academy can't produce it. Looking at Du Xiaofu's footwork, an old man beside the first elder, who should be the second elder of the inner court, dressed in a plain robe, had a glint in his eyes. He could tell that Du Xiaofu's footwork was not simple. I'd like to see how you'll make me pay the price today. Bai Yichuan shouted loudly. His ice aura surged, and frost blossomed in the surroundings. The terrifying temperature of the ice seemed to want to freeze the space around Du Xiaofu, binding the space. A fist imprint rushed out, and wherever the fist passed, the surrounding space would emit caw-caw sounds. Frost floated in the air, as if snowflakes were falling from the sky. Runes accompanied the whistling of the cold wind, and the imposing aura was enough to shake one's soul. Scram! Du Xiaofu roared, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. He didn't evade or retreat, treating the icy aura as if it was nothing. Golden light erupted, unstoppable. His fist was wrapped in golden talisman runes, blazing like golden lightning as it collided with Bai Yichuan's fist. Rumble, the sound of the explosion resounded like thunder. The earth-shattering sound of the energy explosion immediately drew the attention of everyone in the audience. After all, in this intense battle, it was still the experts with the highest cultivation that were cleaning up the weakest. Although everyone who had the qualifications to participate in this competition was an absolute expert, compared to the top-ranked experts on the martial ranking, the true confrontation between the peak experts had yet to officially begin. However, as Du Xiaofu and the ice python Bai Yichuan exchanged blows, it was undoubtedly the start of a confrontation between the peak experts. Naturally, it was enough to attract the attention of all the spectators. The early appearance of such a confrontation had even exceeded everyone's expectations. In the air, Du Xiaofu and Bai Yichuan's fists collided. Runes scattered like fireworks, and a terrifying destructive power swept across the surrounding space. The ground of the plaza below wasn't spared either. Large swaths of bluestone flooring were directly sent flying, and countless cracks appeared as the ground rumbled and shook. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing the hearts of the spectators in the surroundings to tremble. Looking at the aftermath of this terrifying confrontation, how terrifying was such strength! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this the valiant strength of the peak experts on the martial ranking? It was so terrifying. Stomp stomp, as the terrifying energy swept out, Du Xiaofu's body was forced back several steps. However, he immediately stabilized his body. Chi, on the other hand, Bai Yichuan's body was forced back several dozen meters before stabilizing his body. His fist was numb, and one could faintly see blood flowing out from his fist. It was very obvious that he had suffered quite a bit under Du Xiaofu's fist. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Bai Yichuan's gaze grew increasingly gloomy. He slightly lowered his head to look at his fist that was bleeding. His arm slightly trembled, and soon after, it started to hurt. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, an icy aura flourished from Bai Yichuan's body. Runes flashed, and the mysterious runes on his body surged. In the end, it expanded like a balloon. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a gigantic shadow of several dozen meters long spiraled around Bai Yichuan's body. Its entire body was suffused with a white light, and its white scales were dense, giving it a malevolent and mighty appearance. Ice Python, that's Bai Yichuan's vain spirit, someone exclaimed from the spectators. The ice python wasn't an ordinary creature. It was rumored that it possessed the bloodline of dragons. Any demonic beast that was related to the dragon clan was extremely terrifying. Bai Ichuan had fused with his vain spirit. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an ice python. His entire body seemed to have solidified. If there were claws under his abdomen, he would simply be a huge dragon. A terrifying icy aura overflowed from the gigantic python vein spirit's body. Its entire body flickered with the light of runes, causing frost to dance in the surrounding space. The astonishing icy aura was able to invisibly freeze profound chi and souls. Bai Ichuan's icy cold eyes stared straight at Du Xiaofu. Snake teeth intersected in his mouth, like an icicle, emitting an eerie cold light. Hiss hiss. The moment the terrifying hissing sound rang out, Bai Ichuan was like a real ice python. He displayed the terrifying aura of dragons, suppressing the vast sky. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he directly and fiercely charged towards Du Xiaofu. Wherever his body passed, the large expanse of space behind him seemed to be truly frozen. At this moment Du Xiaofu moved. He raised his head and looked at the gigantic ice python that was almost in front of him. In this short moment, a domineering and terrifying aura erupted like a flash flood. A golden light soared into the sky. The mysterious runes on his body surged. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a golden-winged roc flapping its wings. The vague shadow of the golden-winged roc enveloped Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes on the golden-winged roc were dazzling, like a rising sun. Boom! A domineering and fierce aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The mysterious rune wings on his back flapped. Flowing light overflowed and filled the air. He was like a roc flapping its wings, soaring into the 9 heavens. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the two collided fiercely in the sky. Roc descends to the 9 heavens, suppress. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. The golden light that filled the sky bloomed. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged roc race. The wings flapped and swept towards Bai Ichuan in a domineering and powerful manner. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's wings flapped. It was like a roc had descended. The wings flapped and swept across, domineering and fierce. It was as if he was the sole ruler, crushing everything in his path. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Such a collision sounded like thunder in the sky. Rune light burst forth like gorgeous fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. The astonishing and terrifying power seemed to have a vast momentum that wanted to destroy the surrounding space. A vacuum appeared and was immediately distorted by the rune energy. The astonishing pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble. Chi la la. The stalemate did not last long. In the dazzling light, the mysterious runes of the golden runes swept out. The frost serpent's eyes were filled with fear as it began to be suppressed. Du Xiaofu's figure shot out and suddenly appeared above the frost serpent's head. His fist was wrapped in golden xian qi and the runes were blazing. Under the flabbergasted gazes of the crowd, his fist landed solidly on the frost serpent's head. Boom! Under such a punch, the frost serpent's meridian soul phantom instantly shattered, turning into runes that scattered in the sky. Under the huge force, it shattered inch by inch. Qi-La Bai Ichuan's figure also shot backwards with fear in his eyes. In the end, with a loud bang, his body shot backwards onto the ground of the square and landed heavily on the ground. Numerous cracks spread out in front of the stunned gazes of the people around the square. Pucci, Bai Ichuan's body violently spat out blood. His eyes were filled with fear as his pupils suddenly shrank. A purple-robed figure rushed down from the sky and expanded in his eyes. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu's figure descended from the sky and fiercely stomped on Bai Ichuan's chest. Bai Ichuan's body was stomped into the cracks in the ground. With a ka-ka sound, a large portion of Bai Ichuan's ribs were broken. At this moment, the entire square was silent. Some of the students swallowed their saliva. Junior Du is so strong. Too terrifying. Han Chao, Bing Na, and Tu Tong were so shocked that they could not recover for a long time. Now, you should know how Qiangu Yu was defeated. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped on by Yichuan, as if he was ruthlessly stomping on by Yichuan's disdain and gloominess. Pucci, by Yichuan, spat out mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear. At this moment, he finally knew how Qiangu Yu was defeated. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. Chapter 387. Originally, Bai Yichuan definitely had the strength to charge into the top 10. He himself was also within the top 10 of the martial roll, so no matter what, he would have been able to enter the heavenly martial seal realm for half a year and obtain great benefits. But now, everything had left him. This kid is not just strong, his cultivation method is also extremely shocking. I've never seen such a domineering and fierce cultivation method before. In the elders' seats, the first elder, second elder and third elder were all stunned and shocked, not to mention the other elders. This kid is even more terrifying than his bastard father. Murong, she whispered softly. There was a bitter smile on his handsome face. Third brother is no longer the third brother of the past. The Stone City's Du family will definitely rise up in the near future. Du Xiaoman mumbled softly, looking at the domineering and fierce figure in purple robes. The foolish youth, who had once been famous in the Stone City, was no longer the same as before. He had already transformed and risen up, like a great rock spreading its wings, destined to soar through the 9 heavens in the future. Beside the shrunken martial roll, the low and melodious sound of a bell rang out once again the moment Du Xiaofu stepped on by Yichuan. In the center of the square, of the original 100 martial roll students, only 20 remained in the air and on the ground. The remaining 80 people were either lying on the ground, unable to move, or had already retreated in panic. No one dared to stay any longer. The assembly had its rules. Although no one was allowed to intentionally harm another's life, if one did not know what was good for them and voluntarily admitted defeat, then they could only bear the consequences themselves. Of the remaining 20 people, the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Wild Bull Mang Hao, Chasing Cloud Swallow, Yi Feiyu, Li Yuxiao and other veteran experts were among them. Du Xiaofu was not familiar with the other 11 people. Are you all right? Ghost Child's figure appeared beside Du Xiaofu, looking at Bai Yichuan, who was still being stepped on by Du Xiaofu. His gaze was indifferent, showing some pity, but there was no sympathy. Bai Yichuan had not listened to advice, and had even wanted to launch a sneak attack. This was absolutely what he deserved. What was there to sympathize with? Don't worry, it's nothing. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and moved his foot away from Bai Yichuan's chest. Asking for humiliation, sigh. The general walked over and looked at Bai Yichuan, who originally had the strength to enter the top 10. At this moment, he could only sigh. He did not pay much attention to Bai Yichuan, who originally had the strength to enter the top 10. He then glanced at Ghost Child and Du Xiaofu and softly said, I never expected the two of you to be so ruthless. Ghost Child looked at the list from afar and smiled faintly, not paying much attention to it. Du Xiaofu followed their gazes, and saw that the rankings had been refreshed. First place was Mad Bull, second place was Ghost Claw, third place was himself, and fourth place was General. The 5th, 6th, and 7th places were Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and Guo Xiaofeng respectively. Li Yuxiao was also ranked 8. Du Xiaofu is third. His ranking is indeed high. Even the Ice Python by Yichuan was defeated. What a pity. I really shouldn't have provoked Du Xiaofu. Flaming Hand Pan Yu and Space Shattering Fist Luo Tianqian are also in the top 20. It seems that these two have improved greatly recently. I didn't expect Qi Yi Shi to also enter the top 20. Pan Yu and Luo Tianqian were originally ranked 31st and 30th, but Qi Yi Shi was only ranked 86th. She can be considered a dark horse this time. Qi Yi Shi was originally extraordinary, but later on she became quiet. She is naturally not simple. The academy students in the surrounding square discussed animatedly. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the martial ranking. Among the top 20, the last one was called Qi Yishi. The 19th and 18th were Luo Tianxin and Pan Yu, respectively. With Luo Tianxin and Pan Yu's cultivation, they were able to enter the top 20. In addition to their recent improvement, it was likely that they were familiar with the general, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, and Ghost Child, who were at the top of the martial ranking. After all, in the dark forest, when they were fighting for the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, everyone had trained together. When choosing opponents, they would more or less hold back and be biased. In the square, many Right-In students went up to the stage and helped those who were severely injured to the point that they couldn't stand up. There were also students who were defeated in the martial ranking who helped each other down the square. In a short time, the entire square was cleared, leaving only the final 20 winners standing in the center of the square. Elder He who stood up and took a few steps forward. He slightly stretched out his hands and pressed down, suppressing the clamor of discussion. Then, his voice was accompanied by Xian Qi as he said loudly, "In the second round of the finals, the highest ranked will fight the lowest ranked, and so on. According to the rankings, you will choose your opponent. The rules are the same. The final 10 winners will enter the Heavenly Martial Talisman realm to comprehend for half a year. I believe all of you know the benefits of that half a year. Whoever can enter last, show your strength. The second round of the Heavenly Martial Assembly will now begin." Buzz! As Elder He whose voice fell, the surrounding auras soared into the sky. A deep and resounding bell rang throughout the square. The second round of the finals had officially begun. Whoosh whoosh, almost at the same time, the entire square flickered. Numerous figures flashed in unison, and each of them chose their opponents according to the new rankings on the martial ranking. Kuang Nyo's body was covered in a dark green Xian Qi armor. His figure was like a bull as he directly landed in front of a beautiful figure. Chi Chi Chi. As Wild Bull Mang Hao landed on the ground, the entire ground shook. From the spot where his feet landed, the bluestone floor of the plaza began to crack. His aura was ferocious, and his eyes were dazzling as they flickered with light. Looking at the young lady in front of him, he said, "Little girl, you should surrender. Otherwise, I won't hurt you. If not, I won't show mercy to you." The young girl had a youthful appearance. She was precisely Qi Yishi, who was currently ranked 20th on the martial ranking. She was actually only around 16 or 17 years old. She wore a light green dress, and her waist was slim. Her skin was smooth like jade, and her small cherry lips were red without any lipstick. 2 strands of pitch-black translucent hair by her cheeks gently brushed against her face with the wind, adding to her allure. Looking at Kuang Nyo in front of her, her nimble eyes moved intelligently, and with a hint of mischief she said softly, "You have brute force, but you won't be able to hurt me. Really? Little girl, I must teach you a good lesson today." Kuang Nyo Mang Hao roared. His aura was ferocious, and his vigor was monstrous. Like a wild bull, he soared into the sky, and then directly charged towards Qi Yishi. His ferocious aura was terrifying, and like a flash flood, it directly enveloped Qi Yishi. Facing Kuang Nyo Mang Hao, Qi Yishi's eyes still blinked. She waved her hand, and her beautiful figure spun, drawing a graceful arc. Her figure rapidly retreated, like a willow catkin in the wind. She seemed to be fluttering in the wind, but in reality she was ethereal. At least for a short period of time, Kuang Nyo wouldn't be able to completely suppress her. Boom! With Kuang Nyo and Qi Yishi's attacks, the second round of the finals suddenly erupted. Ghost Child and Luo Tianxin faced each other from a distance. Facing Ghost Child, Luo Tianxin's expression wasn't too good. He could only reveal a bitter smile on his face. Chi. The time taken to defeat the opponent was still related to the ranking of the new round of the martial ranking. Ghost Child's body was surrounded by a faint black profound chi, and like a liquid, It completely enveloped his body. The endlessly revolving profound qi and dark baleful qi released a faint light, which was extremely strange. He immediately attacked, and a claw print instantly swept across the sky, enveloping Luo Tianqian. Qi, wherever the claw print passed, even the surrounding space would tremble and ripple. Just this aura alone was enough to suppress Luo Tianqian. At this moment, compared to Luo Tianqian, Pan Yu's expression was even uglier. According to the rankings, he was currently facing his old opponent, Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu in front of him, Pan Yu's exquisitely sculpted face had an extremely complicated expression. His gentle and calm temperament was very conflicted. Du Xiaofu looked at Pan Yu, his clear eyes moving slightly as he said indifferently, "The peak of the perfect pulse spirit realm. It seems that after so long, although you have improved a lot, you haven't even broken through the martial lord realm." Hearing this, Pan Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. Back then, when he dealt with Du Xiaofu, he was at the peak of the pulse spirit realm, while Du Xiaofu was still at the pulse spirit realm. Now, he had already reached the peak of the perfect pulse spirit realm, and his improvement was already rapid. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the martial lord realm. Even if it was rumored that with his talent, he had a great chance of breaking through to the martial king realm in the future, but that was only in the future, not now. He still didn't know how many years that future would be. At least now, facing the gap of the martial lord realm, with his talent, it was difficult for him to step into it. "Humph, aren't you also at the pulse spirit realm?" Hearing this, Pan Yu couldn't help but let out a deep snort in his throat. He had never thought that in such a short period of time, the youth he didn't even take seriously back then had already grown to the point where he was the focus of the entire academy, and even the entire empire. And he was also suppressed by the 3 words Du Xiaofu. One could imagine the imbalance in his heart. Boom! As his voice fell, the air around Pan Yu suddenly trembled. Accompanied by a blazing aura, it was as if the entire space was suddenly on fire. A void palm print wrapped in blazing rune light, as if it was a real flame jumping, broke through the air in an instant, directly enveloping and crushing the space where Du Xiaofu was. "You're not strong enough now." Facing the void like flaming palm print sweeping over, Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly raised, and immediately punched out. Golden Xian Qi covered his fist, as if it was unstoppable, directly colliding with the flaming palm print. The dazzling golden light was dazzling, and then heavily collided with the flaming palm print. Boom! Under the gazes of many people, the palm and fist collided, and the space seemed to be about to explode. The runes in the air scattered, like a brilliant sun exploding. Vast and mighty energy swept out violently, and a blazing and domineering energy wind shot into the distant sky. Chapter 388. Pucci, amidst the explosion of energy, Pan Yu's body suffered a heavy blow and was flung 100 meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body fell from the sky and landed on the ground of the plaza, causing the plaza to tremble. Pan Yu's body lay on the ground of the plaza, his right arm cracking and bleeding. The skin on his palm had also exploded and was dripping with blood. Du Xiaofu's punch had shattered his right arm, causing his internal organs to tremble. Pan Yu was unable to resist at all. After struggling several times, he was unable to stand up. In the end, Pan Yu did not stand up again. His eyes were filled with hatred and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely cruel. At this moment, Pan Yu finally realized that the youth he had looked down on previously would become an existence he could only look up to from now on. Qi. On the martial roll, Guo Xiaofeng's name rose to first place once again, Du Xiaofu was second, and then the general was third. The 3 of them had defeated their opponents first. Guo Xiaofeng had defeated his opponent before Du Xiaofu. Bang bang bang, amidst the dull thuds, a large number of energy sonic booms resounded, causing the hearts of the surrounding students to surge and their blood to boil. In the peak showdown between the top 20, the disparity in strength was actually extremely great. On the entire martial ranking, there were only 10 or so people whose strength could truly step into the martial marquee realm. Among the final 20 people on the martial ranking, almost half of them were still at the pulse spirit realm. However, even at the peak of the pulse spirit realm, there was still a huge gap between them and the martial lord realm. Although the students of Tianwu Academy, especially those on the martial roll, all had the strength to fight against opponents of a higher cultivation level than them, their talents were naturally higher. However, the higher one's rank was, the greater one's talent would be. This was especially true when compared to powerful individuals like Du Xiaofu, General, Ghost Child and Gu Xinyan. They also had the strength to fight against those of a higher level. In comparison, the weaker one's strength was, the more they would be suppressed. Following the general's victory, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Chasing Cloud Swallow, and Yi Feiyu also defeated their opponents and won. Immediately after, Li Yuxiao's demonic aura overflowed. His long hair fluttered and an astonishing demonic aura surged, causing people to be unable to look directly at him. He defeated his opponent and became the 8th victor. The 9th victor was a black-clothed young man with a pair of pitch-black talisman markings condensed on his back, and it was similar to Du Xiaofu's rock descending to the 9 heavens. He defeated an opponent that had practically stepped into the initial stage of the martial marquee realm and became the 9th victor. Black Eagle Tang Wu, originally ranked 13th on the martial ranking. I didn't expect him to reach the top 10 today. He seemed to still have some strength left in his attack. It seems like he has improved a lot during this period of time, Guo Xiaofeng said softly. I didn't expect this guy to enter the top 10. Li Yuxiao gasped for breath as he looked at Tang Wu, the young man in black who had just won. After defeating his opponent, the black-clothed young man arrived beside Du Xiaofu, Guo Xiaofeng, the general, and Gue Hua, who had all won. Hearing Li Yuxiao's words, his eyes rippled slightly as he said, "You were originally 15th on the martial ranking, but you're already in the top 10. Are you still not allowing me to enter the top 10? Li Yuxiao smiled and glanced at Tang Wu. Of course you can. It's best if you can become the champion. Don't discourage me. Being in the top 10 is enough. There will naturally be people fighting for the championship." Tang Wu said indifferently, as if he had no intention of fighting for the championship. At this moment, only Mad Bull Mang Hao and Qi Yeshi had not finished their battle in the entire square. Rumble, amidst the fierce battle, runic attacks in the air caused clouds to surge. Mad Bull Mang Hao was incomparably fierce, but he was still unable to completely suppress Qi Yeshi. I never thought that Qi Yeshi would be able to contend against Mad Bull. I thought that she had fallen into seclusion over the years. Who would have thought that her cultivation and strength did not fall behind? Looking at the fierce battle in the air, the general was moved. Was Qi Yeshi very strong back then? Du Xiaofu looked at the battle in the air and became curious about Qi Yeshi. To be able to contend against Mad Bull Mang Hao, one could imagine her strength, not to mention that she was someone that even the general was moved. She was very strong back then. She even shocked the entire academy. It's just that she wasn't as high profile as you. The general stood with his hands behind his back as he stared intently at the battle in the air. He said to Du Xiaofu, 3 years ago, Qi Yi she stood out from the academy's examination. Back then, he was even younger than you are now, probably only 13 or 14 years old. He even made it onto the martial rankings, but in the end, he rarely showed himself and basically never fought. As a result, people gradually stopped mentioning him in the academy. Back then, she was only 13 or 14 years old when she entered Tianwu Academy. She should be 16 or 17 years old now. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with shock. To be able to contend against Mad Bull Mang Hao at such a young age was absolutely terrifying. From the looks of it, Qi had always been at a disadvantage. Her beautiful figure was like duckweed that was fluttering about under Mang Hao's attack. However, there was not the slightest trace of panic in her clear and intelligent eyes. In fact, there was even a faint smile on her face. Du Xiaofu looked at the beautiful figure in the air. Her eyes were bright and long. Her face couldn't be considered too beautiful, but her intelligent eyes were extremely lively. Her temperament was unique and unforgettable. She should be holding back her strength. The aura of the girl was mysterious and difficult to see through. However, the more Du Xiaofu probed, the more he felt that she was unfathomable. Everyone in the academy thinks that it's difficult for the general and Gu Xinyan to show themselves. In reality, the one that's most difficult to see in the entire academy is junior sister Yeshi. If it wasn't for this Tianwu assembly, I wouldn't have seen her for an entire year. That girl has always been in seclusion in the Tianwu talisman realm. Even her ranking on the martial ranking was left 3 years ago. Wu Kei pursed her lips and smiled. She was one of the people in the academy who had the best relationship with Qi Yeshi. That girl's progress is very terrifying. Gu Xinyan smiled. In the entire academy, only she and Wu Kei had the most contact with that girl. Rumble, in the air, Mad Bull Mang Hao and Qi Yeshi's palms finally collided. When their palms collided, energy rippled and shot out. Deng deng, Qi Yeshi's seemingly light hand pushed out, but it caused Mad Bull Mang Hao to be forced back. He was in an extremely miserable state. I've said it before. You have brute force, but you can't injure me. Qi Yeshi floated in the air, her light green skirt slightly fluttering. Faint runes fluctuated around her body, giving her a mysterious aura. She had a smile on her beautiful face. Try my meridian spirit. How could Mad Bull Mang Hao admit defeat? He firmly believed that he could defeat his opponent. How could Qi Yeshi contend against him? The dark green armor around his body turned into runes that filled the sky like a rain of light. Mad Bull Mang Hao's hand seals continuously formed as he communicated with his martial vein. His entire body seemed to have turned into a huge bull that was dozens of feet tall. At this moment, Mad Bull Mang Hao was incomparably terrifying. The aura around his body fluctuated as the dark green runes jumped like flames. The huge bull's body seemed to be wrapped in bright divine light. Moo! The bull roared. With a loud roar, thunder rumbled. Accompanied by blazing dark green light, it instantly collided with Qi Yeshi. The demonic bull of Nether Desolation isn't weak. However, the meridian spirit of this demonic bull of Nether Desolation comes from its blood essence. It's only at the Beast Lord realm, so it's a little weak. Looking at the huge demonic bull of Nether Desolation ruthlessly colliding with her, Qi Yeshi's eyes were still bright and intelligent. She had a smile on her face. Just as the huge demonic bull of Nether Desolation was about to collide with her, her figure instantly disappeared in the air. When Qi Yeshi's figure reappeared, she was already on the back of the demonic bull of Nether Desolation. Qi Yeshi's figure stood there, her dress fluttering in the wind. Multicolored light fluctuated around her body, allowing the terrifying aura of the demonic bull of Nether Desolation to erupt. Her seemingly delicate body was like a boulder that could not be shaken. A human and a bull stood in the air. One was ferocious and tyrannical, while the other was gentle and graceful. Both might and elegance coexisted, causing one's heart to tremble and a great visual impact. Moo! Mang Hao roared as the meridian spirit of his meridian spirit exploded with dazzling rune radiance, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort. However, it was still unable to shake Qi Yeshi. The aura around Qi Yeshi's body changed once again. Her dress fluttered in the wind as her slender figure became graceful and graceful. At this moment, mysterious light runes surged and enveloped her, causing ripples in the hearts of those who looked at her from afar. Suppress! Qi Yeshi shouted. Within the light, her figure gave off an extraordinary and holy aura. With a raise of her wrist, a hand seal instantly fell. Mysterious runes surged out from the hand seal, bringing along a vast aura that covered the sky and earth as it directly suppressed Mad Bull Mang Hao. Rumble, as the palm fell, the meridian spirit of the demonic bull of the nether wasteland around Mang Hao was easily destroyed, turning into broken runes. It was simply unable to contend against Qi Yeshi. Pucci, Mang Hao violently spurted out dark red blood as his body directly fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the ground. Boom! A huge five-fingered palm print that was dozens of feet long appeared on the ground as cracks continuously spread. Shock and fear surged out from Mang Hao's eyes. His deathly pale face was lifeless and he was unable to recover for a long time. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the surroundings were silent as many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Perhaps no one had expected that Mang Hao would actually be defeated by Qi Yeshi. In the elders' seating area, all the elders were shocked. Qi Yeshi's victory was definitely the biggest dark horse in this Tianwu assembly. She was even more of a dark horse than Tang Wu and Li Yuxiao. As for Du Xiaofu, he had already displayed enough strength to enter the top 10. Therefore, he could not be considered a dark horse. Today's update is complete. Chapter 389. What a mysterious girl. She's unusual. I can't see through her, I can't see through her at all. In the middle of the elders' seating area, the head elder, second elder, and third elder were also exchanging glances, their aged faces filled with confusion. Even they could not see through Qi Yeshi at this moment. The final top 10 winners were out. General Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others entering the top 10 naturally did not surprise the crowd. Even Du Xiaofu entering the top 10 at this time was a matter of course for many people. However, Tang Wu, Li Yuxiao, and especially Qi Yeshi entering the top 10 was a result that many people were both surprised and somewhat surprised. However, this result was still acceptable. After all, no matter what finals it was, there would always be some dark horses running out. 1. The low and melodious sound of the bell rang out once more, signifying the end of the finals. The surrounding spectators were all discussing the final 10 winners in the square. These 10 people already had the right to enter the Heaven Martial Talisman realm, where time was accelerated to comprehend for half a year. The benefits were obvious. Congratulations to the 10 of you for entering the top 10 today. However, in this Heaven Martial Assembly, a champion will emerge at the end and obtain a weapon personally refined by Vice Principal Zhuge using the ethereal spirit Heavenspan Vine. In the third round, the 10 of you will draw lots to choose your opponent. The result will be half Heaven's will and half strength. Elder He who stepped forward and waved his hand. 2 mentors, one male and one female, walked onto the square. In the female mentor's hands was a cyan secret half-sized box that was only big enough for one hand to reach in. There are jade lots in the box, each with a number from 1 to 5. If you pick the jade lot with the same number, according to the rules of the competition, you can only choose 4 people to fight in pairs. The last 2 people will fight for the championship. Therefore, among the 5 people who win this round, the winner of the lot number 1 and the winner of the lot number 5 will fight one more round. As for which 2 people will fight in the end, it will depend on your luck. Now let's draw lots. Elder He whose voice rang out. He did not say much. The rules were also very simple. His voice was laced with profound qi, enough for everyone to hear. It was clear as day. The male and female mentors stepped forward, and the 10 of them began to draw lots. Guo Xiaofeng was the first to reach into the lot box and take out a small jade token. Du Xiaofu was the second. He put his hand into the box and took out a jade card. This kind of matchup relied on half of one's luck and half of one's strength. Whether the opponent he chose was strong or weak, he would only know at the end. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not have any hesitation. Next, the general was the third to pick a jade lot. Du Xiaofu held the jade tablet in his hand and opened it. On the jade tablet, there was a large red number, 5, written on it. His luck is really extraordinarily good. When he saw the number 5 written on the jade tablet, a bitter smile immediately surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face. According to the rules that Elder He who had just mentioned, among the 5 people who won this round, the winner of the lot number 1 and the winner of the lot number 5 would have one more match. In the end, the 4 people who won the lot number 2 would fight each other. After that, the final 2 people would fight for the championship. Since he had gotten the number 5, even if he won, he would have to fight one more match with the winner of the lot number 1. At the end, any one of the remaining people would have strength that was truly at the peak of the martial ranking. One more match would consume a lot of energy. Even if he won by a hair's breadth in the end, he would be at a great disadvantage in the next round. Whoever got the number 1 and number 5 would naturally have bad luck. The drawing of lots is complete. The 10 of you can show your lot numbers. When Qi Yi Shi took out the last lot from the lot box, the male mentor said to the 10 of them. Hearing this, the 10 of them opened their palms. In the middle of their palms there was a lot on the jade tablet. Swish swish, at this moment, many people's gazes were focused on the lot numbers in the palms of the 10 people. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept over, only to see that in the palm of Guo Xiaofeng's hand, there was a number 5 jade slip. The 2 of them looked at each other, as bitter smiles appeared on their faces. Guo Xiaofeng against Du Xiaofu, General against Yi Feiyu, Gu Xinyan against Wu Kei, Ghost Child against Qi Yi Shi, Li Yuxiao against Tang Wu. The male mentor's voice was mixed with profound energy. As the list of the next matches was spread out, the spectators in the surrounding square immediately began to discuss intensely. In the crowd, Zhang Lu and Ouyang Shuang, who had lost in the first round, had already left the square. They stood together with Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, Han Chao and the others. The cloud-chasing swallow, Yi Feiyu, is probably going to lose. It will be difficult for him to win against the general. Zhang Lu looked at the 10 people in the square. Her bright eyes were filled with anticipation for the next match. It will also be difficult for Qi Yi Shi to face Ghost Child. Ghost Child is not easy to deal with. Bing Na seemed to be familiar with Zhang Lu, Ouyang Shuang and the others. She also gathered together and discussed. Li Yuxiao against Tang Wu. Their rankings were originally very close. Now, their rankings are about the same. It should be a true fierce battle. Gu Xinyan against Wu Quebec. Both of their cultivations are unfathomable. Wu Kei is not easy to provoke. However, Gu Xinyan is also very strong. She has always been second on the martial ranking. This also shows her strength. Gu Xinyan should have a bigger advantage. Du Xiaoman looked at the 10 people in the square. Her brows were slightly furrowed and her expression was serious. Sister Xiaoman, are you worried that he can't fight against Guo Xiaofeng? Ouyang Shuang asked. Guo Xiaofeng has a practitioner weapon and is extremely strong. He is not easy to deal with. Du Xiaoman was worried for Du Xiaofu. This time, no one will dare to laugh at my weapon department. Junior Du has entered the top 10. Let's see who dares to laugh at my weapon department. Tu Tong was clearly very excited. In the square, the 10 people looked at each other. Li Yuxiao looked at Du Xiaofu and said, You are number 1, I am number 5. If you and I can win, we will have a chance to fight in the next round. Don't treat me as if I don't exist. If you want to win, you can't even pass me. Tang Wu said to Li Yuxiao without holding back. We will only know after we try. On Li Yuxiao's smooth and white face, there was a red glow in his deep black eyes. His battle intent surged. In front of the elder seats, Elder He who said loudly again, The 10 of you will begin the battle. Whoever can take first place will depend on your true strength. 1. As Elder He whose voice fell, the melodious sound of the bell rang out again. The final battle for the championship of the 10 began again. Whoosh whoosh, the 10 figures flashed and scattered into 5 groups. They each faced their opponent. Waves of aura surged and rushed into the sky. Senior General, go! Go, Senior Xinyan! Go, Senior Du Xiaofu! Loud shouts rang out. The 10 of them all had many supporters. Their shouts gathered together and resounded through the clouds. Li Yuxiao, let's begin. Take out your demon extermination sword. In the square, Tang Wu's black robe fluttered. The profound aura around his body surged. A circle of runes occupied the surrounding space, causing sand and pebbles to fly and faintly distort. The aura was no small matter. It shook one's soul. If you want me to use my demon extermination sword, then let's see if your strength is enough. When Li Yuxiao's voice fell, his dark red robe fluttered. A red glow surged in his eyes. The demonic aura around him was no longer suppressed. It rushed into the sky. His hand seals changed. Suddenly, a series of finger seals swept out. He took the lead. Swish, swish, 36 finger seals streaked across the sky. The demonic aura overflowed. The light in the entire space suddenly darkened. The 36 finger seals crisscrossed. Only a blood-black light flickered. The devilish aura was terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Swish, swish, the 36 finger seals seemed to be piercing through space. Accompanied by an unparalleled pressure, they suddenly enveloped all 36 acupoints around Tang Wu's body. Humph. 36 demon fingers are not bad. But it's not enough. Tang Wu shouted. Waves of runes surged like a storm. Accompanied by an unparalleled energy, they swept towards Li Yuxiao's 36 demon fingers. Rumble, as Li Yuxiao and Tang Wu exchanged blows, the whole place immediately erupted. We are going to fight again. Let's begin. Gu Xinyan floated in the air, as if she was untainted by the mortal world. Her eyes bloomed with light. Let's begin. Wu Kei floated in the air and smiled. Her beautiful temperament and Gu Xinyan's were like an angel and a devil. The two beauties were the most eye-catching at this moment. Looking at them from afar was a visual pleasure. Swish, swish. Two graceful figures, each drawing an arc, suddenly clashed with each other as fast as lightning. The battle between the two women didn't have a huge impact. Instead, there were dazzling and graceful arcs in the air. Large amounts of runes shot into the sky and spread out. Although it's hard for me to win, I will still fight with all my strength. There is no one in Tianwu Academy who will back down. Yi Feiyu looked at the general in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Profound qi surged under her feet, and her figure soared through the sky like a swallow. Her speed was unpredictable and unimaginably fast. I will also fight with all my strength. As soon as the general finished her words, her imposing figure straightened. An invisible aura that could suppress mountains and rivers suddenly erupted from her body. She threw a punch at the blurry figure in front of her. Although it looked like a simple punch, it sealed the opponent's movement. The blurry figure could only face it head-on. I'll let you make the first move. Ghost Baby looked at Qi Yeshi and spoke gently. However, the aura on her body was faintly fluctuating. There was a hint of baleful aura that was sharp and intimidating. It doesn't matter who makes the first move. In any case, you can't do anything to me. Qi Yeshi's crafty eyes still carried a faint smile. However, there was a slight ripple between her brows. She said to Ghost Baby, however, I don't like the aura on your body. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Chapter 390. Looking at the indifferent expression on Qi Yeshi's face, Ghost Child's pupils shrank slightly. His eyes glowed with a dark light, and his entire being suddenly exuded an indescribable aura of demonic coldness. Is that so? Then I'll make the first move. As Ghost Child's voice fell, black profound energy and runes flashed. His 5 fingers curled slightly to form a claw, and the claw imprint shook the air, enveloping Qi Yeshi with a dark, murderous aura. Let's begin as well. Guo Xiaofeng stood silently, his black hair tied behind his head and a few strands falling to his ears. He looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes deep and dark as the endless abyss at the end of the universe. It gave one the illusion that they would be sucked in if they looked at them for a while longer. He opened his mouth and said to Du Xiaofu, "No matter who wins in the end, there will be one more battle in the end. Why don't we decide victory and defeat in one move? Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage if we waste too much energy." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, a slight smile on his face. He said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Then let's decide victory and defeat in one move." Guo Xiaofeng's eyes moved. On his wrists, the crude runes on the Qianluo sword began to ripple. He raised his arms, and the crude runes on his ancient wrists bloomed. 2 ancient swords suddenly appeared in his hands. Rumble! Sword light instantly shot out from the 2 swords. Runes surged, as if wanting to destroy the universe. The sword light grew brighter and brighter, and in the end it practically enveloped Guo Xiaofeng's entire body. A voice filled with battle intent rumbled out, "One move, fight with all your might. The winner stays and the loser retreats." Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the layer of dazzling sword radiance that enveloped Guo Xiaofeng's body. He could feel the power and might within it. Faint golden talisman markings surged, and his body was suddenly enveloped in a golden halo. As the talisman markings surged, it was as if a golden winged roc was about to fly out from the halo. Facing Guo Xiaofeng, Du Xiaofu, who was originally ranked 5th on the martial ranking, was brimming with battle intent. A faint golden glow covered his eyes as he roared out in a domineering manner, "Let's decide this in one move. Come. Du Xiaofu, let's settle this in one move. I won't hold back." Within the dazzling sword light, Guo Xiaofeng's voice was filled with arrogance. On the Qianluo sword in his hands, sword light runes spread out, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. A terrifying aura fluctuated, causing the surrounding space to unceasingly ripple like a huge wave. Du Xiaofu's body rose into the air and floated in midair. His body was wrapped in golden light like a golden winged roc. Many cracks appeared on the ground below under the shocked gazes of many onlookers. These 2 fellows don't want to waste their profound qi and want to decide the outcome with one move. In the elders' seats, the first elder looked at Du Xiaofu and Guo Xiaofeng. On his aged face, his gaze landed on the golden halo around Du Xiaofu's body. There was some expression in his eyes. This is also the smartest choice. These 2 little fellows are both extraordinary. One is only at the martial marquis realm, and the other is at the spiritual pulse realm. That spiritual pulse realm Du Xiaofu is several years younger. If the 2 of them were at the same level, it would already be obvious who has the advantage. The second elder said. In his words, he was more optimistic about Du Xiaofu. But this time, it's not a competition of talent, but a showdown of strength. Spiritual pulse realm and martial marquis realm. Du Xiaofu is extremely abnormal, but the outcome is still uncertain. The third elder said. In terms of strength, he was rather optimistic about Guo Xiaofeng. Qianluo sword technique. In a short period of time, Guo Xiaofeng swept through the air and activated his sword technique. The Qianluo sword erupted. A large expanse of sword shadows crisscrossed, and unfamiliar runes bloomed, as if wanting to destroy the universe. Qi la la, the sword shadows and runes poured out like a flood, wanting to pierce through space. The resplendent runes were dazzling, and the mist spread out and enveloped the sky. The imposing aura suppressed the sky, and suddenly, it was like a huge cocoon of sword light, accompanied by a supreme pressure, enveloping Du Xiaofu's head. What a powerful Guo Xiaofeng! The eyes of the surrounding spectators trembled. At this moment, looking at Guo Xiaofeng's terrifying attack power, the eyes of the many elders in the elders' seats were filled with intense ripples. The Qianluo sword itself was a practitioner weapon. Coupled with the extraordinariness of the Qianluo sword technique and Guo Xiaofeng's own strength, how terrifying and fierce was it at this moment. Can Du Xiaofu still resist? Come down. Under such a terrifying and fierce attack, in the hearts of the spectating students, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air for Du Xiaofu. Pring descends to the 9 heavens. Facing that torrential sword light, Du Xiaofu's body bloomed with golden light. The rune wings on his back suddenly condensed, and like a golden-winged Ping descending, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Ping clan, the wings directly swept out. Chi la la. In midair, ancient sword runes spread out, and the sword light was sharp and fierce, tearing the sky apart. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings out, powerful and domineering. The domineering and terrifying aura overflowed the sky, crushing everything like rotten wood. Rumble. The two of them had decided the victor with a single move. They had used all of their strength to collide. The place where their energies collided was like a thunderclap, and a series of dazzling runic lights burst forth. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the space in this area seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The air suddenly became chaotic, and it was difficult to see what was happening. Chilala not far in the sky, a cloud-chasing demon swallow shadow spirit that was not too big turned into runes and shattered, and then Yi Feiyu's beautiful figure fell straight from the sky. Deng deng. Just as Yi Feiyu's delicate body was about to hit the ground, she barely stabilized her body and landed on her feet. She took more than 10 steps back, and wherever her feet touched the ground, the bluestone floor turned into powder, and she spat out a big mouthful of blood. I lost. I'm not your opponent after all. Looking at the general who was slowly falling, Yi Feiyu turned around and left as soon as she finished speaking. She had no regrets, and this result was already within her expectations. At this moment, the general's eyes were fixed on the sky not far away, where the monstrous golden light and the terrifying golden runes were slowly converging. When the monstrous golden light and the terrifying runic sword radiance gradually subsided, everyone in the square raised their heads and looked at the two figures with a swoosh sound. In midair, a young man with a purple robe and a broad sword on his back was floating out of thin air. There were several cracks on his purple robe, and the cracks on his shoulders and chest were vaguely moist, as if there was blood flowing out, and his face was starting to turn pale. Guo Xiaofeng stood in midair, his robe fluttering and his face was pale, but he did not look as miserable as Du Xiaofu. Did Du Xiaofu lose? Looking at the two people in midair, it seemed that Guo Xiaofeng had won, and Du Xiaofu had lost. I didn't expect Guo Xiaofeng to lose. In the elders' seats, the third elder's eyes were filled with surprise and amazement, as if the three of them had seen it the clearest. Du Xiaofu's cultivation technique is very domineering, like the birth of a ferocious beast. What kind of cultivation technique could be so domineering? The first elder's old face was filled with shock, and the domineering aura just now made even him tremble when he looked at it from afar. In midair, under everyone's gaze, Guo Xiaofeng raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu, a helpless look on his face, and said softly, I lost. Pucci, when his voice fell, Guo Xiaofeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. His body staggered and retreated, and his aura became dispirited in a short moment. At this moment, only Guo Xiaofeng knew that it was difficult for him to resist Du Xiaofu's domineering aura that suppressed everything. Just that aura alone was already above him. Thank you for letting me win. Du Xiaofu smiled, and took out a handful of pills from his Qiankuan bag, and swallowed them like candy, replenishing the consumed profound qi in his body. Third brother one. Du Xiaoman's eyebrows relaxed, and her tightly clenched fists loosened slightly. Her face revealed a smile, and it was breathtaking. Du Xiaofu defeated Guo Xiaofeng, too tyrannical. Just now, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was too domineering, and even the pulse spirit seemed to be suppressed by him, terrifying to the extreme. Du Xiaofu, good job. With Guo Xiaofeng's defeat, the surrounding onlookers burst into an astonishing discussion and cheers. Du Xiaofu's supporters occupied almost all of the registered students and freshmen, and the cheers were definitely the loudest among all the supporters in the square. After all, Du Xiaofu was representing all of the freshmen and all of the registered students. With Du Xiaofu's victory in mid-air, terrifying runes surged and erupted, and the netherworld chi swept across the sky, shaking the air, and two graceful figures separated upon contact. Chi La Princess Netherworld's figure was shaken back, and her graceful body was wrapped in dazzling runes. The netherworld chi spread out, and a large amount of rune energy slowly converged. In the end her face was pale, and she looked at Gu Xinyan and said with a smile, "I still can't beat you, so I won't fight with you anymore. You'd better save some energy to deal with the others, thank you." Gu Xinyan smiled, and her limpid eyes were incomparably pure. Under the red dress, her delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. Her long black hair was as shiny as ink and naturally draped over her waist, forming an attractive curve. Du Xiaofu swallowed the elixir to replenish his qi, and his eyes immediately fell on the battle ring not far in front of him. Liu Xiao and Tang Wu were fighting fiercely. Both of them were at the early stage of the martial lord realm, and there was not much difference between their cultivation levels. Both of them had extraordinary talents, and the battle was the fiercest. Between the two of them, one was incomparably fierce, and the other was monstrously evil. Their auras collided, and muffled sounds of energy kept ringing, but for a moment it seemed that neither of them could do anything to the other. Chapter 391. Du Xiaofu was paying close attention to the battle between Liu Xiao and Tang Wu. No matter who won, they would have to fight him next. Walala, the demon extermination halberd, was already in Liu Xiao's hand. His body was wrapped in a dark red aura, and his long dark red hair fluttered in the wind. The demon extermination halberd was covered in runes, and the handle was shaped like a demon's head, spitting out evil demonic aura. The runes on the halberd shone brightly, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth in a violent manner. Walala, a pair of pitch-black rune wings condensed behind Black Eagle Tang Wu's back, which was similar to Du Xiaofu's golden rune wings. It was as if a real giant eagle had descended, and its aura was incomparably sharp. His bloodline was definitely not low. Continue. The two collided again and separated upon contact. Liu Xiao's demonic aura filled the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Holding the demon extermination halberd, he was wrapped in a bloody black light, and evil demonic aura surged. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want to win, you can't get past me." Tang Wu shouted as the black light around his body soared into the sky. The black runes on his back blossomed with a deep black glow. A pair of black rune wings flapped, distorting a large area of space. The wings flapped and swept away Liu Xiao's blood-black demonic aura that covered the sky. "Demon extermination halberd triple kill!" Liu Xiao shouted, and the demon extermination halberd swept through the air, gathering 3 rays of blade light. The 3 rays of blade light were like 3 roaring demonic blades, and the bloody black runes bloomed like a bright moon, about to turn this space into a demonic land. Xiu xiu xiu. The 3 demonic blades slaughtered heaven and earth, covering Black Eagle Tang Wu as they moved. Black Eagle Tang Wu's eyes focused, and in an instant, his hand seals formed. Runes flashed, and he connected with his martial vein. A huge black feathered demonic eagle meridian spirit merged with his body, as if he had transformed into a black feathered demonic eagle. He flapped his wings and moved like a rock, blocking Liu Xiao's 3 demonic blades. Qi La, the two were in a stalemate in the air for a moment. Black Eagle Tang Wu actually began to destroy Liu Xiao's 3 demonic blades. His wings flapped, a storm swept out, and his body was like an eagle. His hands were like claws, and the black energy extermination halberd like raging waves. Black Eagle Tang Wu was like a storm. Chi, in the blink of an eye, the claw landed on Liu Xiao's shoulder. Under the tremendous force, it locked onto Liu Xiao's left arm. A cracking sound was heard, as if it wanted to crush Liu Xiao's shoulder. "It's over." At this moment, a smile appeared on Liu Xiao's pale face. The demonic aura of the demonic halberd in his right hand was overflowing. Accompanied by gusts of chilly wind, it was as if dark clouds were descending, covering the heavens and earth. The halberd slashed down from the sky, and the blade light seemed to split the space apart. It was so close that it landed heavily on Tang Wu's black-feathered demonic eagle-vein spirit shadow. Chi-la-la! The blade light shattered the vein soul shadow, and the black-feathered demonic hawk shadow turned into rune fragments. Then, Black Hawk Tang Wu spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was blown away. He only managed to stabilize his body after dozens of meters. Lifting his head slightly, he looked at the demon halberd and said, "You won. Admit it." Liu Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. On his left shoulder, the dark red robe was torn, and his shoulder was dripping with blood. Swish, swish, several fingerprints tapped on the acupoints on his shoulder to stop the bleeding. Liu Xiao shook his arm slightly, and a cracking sound came from his shoulder. His dislocated arm was reconnected. Not only did Tang Wu's claw injure Liu Xiao quite badly, one of his arms was also dislocated by the sharp claws. "Looks like this battle is unavoidable." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Liu Xiao had won this time. According to the rules, there was bound to be an unavoidable battle between him and Liu Xiao. Almost at the same time, Liu Xiao looked at Du Xiaofu. Their eyes met, and both of them had a tacit understanding. Their battle intent was also surging. Rumble, the 10 of them fought in pairs. With Liu Xiao's victory, there were now 4 winners in the top 5. Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan, and Liu Xiao. The remaining 2, Ghost Child and Qi Yishi, were still in the midst of a fierce battle. Ghost Child's aura was intimidating. Chilly winds blew, and faint cries of ghosts and gods could be heard. He was constantly suppressing Qi Yishi, as though he came from the netherworld. What a powerful Ghost Child! His cultivation technique is too terrifying. It's said that Ghost Child cultivated his clan's Yama scripture. The grade of his cultivation technique is extraordinary. Sensing the intimidating aura from Ghost Child, many of the spectators exclaimed. Under the crushing pressure of Ghost Child, Qi Yeshi's beautiful figure was lithe and graceful. Runes spread all over her body, and multicolored light and clouds surged, blocking that terrifying aura. Her delicate body was surrounded by an endless stream of profound energy that was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the general, Gu Xinyan, Du Xiaofu, Liu Xiao, and all the other elders were paying attention to the battle between Ghost Child and Qi Yishi. Everyone in Tianwu Academy had a rough idea of Ghost Child's cultivation and strength, so there was no need to say anything. But at this moment, Qi Yishi was still able to contend against Ghost Child. This made everyone re-evaluate Qi Yishi's strength. Unable to do anything to Qi Yishi, Ghost Child's handsome face also revealed some anxiety. The light black profound energy around him wrapped around his body like liquid, and a mighty aura surged, cold and frightening. Between the sharp claws, talisman patterns surged out, as if condensing into an especially sinister skull pattern. In the most terrifying manner, it directly swept towards Qi Yishi. These things are too frightening, but they look fun. Qi Yishi was shocked by Ghost Child's rune skull attack, but her eyes were filled with specks of light. She stretched out her slender hand, and a dazzling light surged out. It was as though a divine light had descended, shining on the rune skull. The terrifying skull was imprisoned within the light, and the rune skull was obliterated. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, dark clouds fell from the sky, and a sinister aura swept out. As Ghost Child's hand seals changed and condensed, the phantom of a vain soul covered his body, and a sinister-looking flood dragon hovered in the air. The flood dragon phantom was huge, like a real dragon, but its head was like a skeleton and evil spirit. Its entire body was covered in a faint black light, and when it opened its mouth to roar, black liquid dripped down. Its entire body was glowing, and its aura was astonishing. 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon. The terrifying flood dragon phantom appeared, and many people were shocked. The 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon was a rare creature, and most people would not be able to see it in their entire life. Roar. Ghost Child's body and the 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon fused together as though they were one. Luster circulated around his body, and frightening runes filled the sky as he swept towards Qi Yi Shi. 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon, this is the first time I've seen it. It's indeed very peculiar. Qi Yi Shi had a smile on her face, and her slender hands moved nimbly. Suddenly, a palm print appeared in her palm, and it was as though it wanted to cut through space. It also exploded with boundless resplendent light, and it was as blazing as lightning. Boom! The two collided, and the air shook violently as a shocking energy storm swept out. Roar! The 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon soared into the sky like a huge dragon, and it opened its mouth, and a faint aura rushed towards Qi Yi Shi. The pungent aura seemed to be able to corrode space, and it was incomparably terrifying as it silently spread out in the sky. Suppress! Qi Yi Shi shouted, and the runes in her hands suddenly flickered again. A dazzling rune pillar rumbled, and it fiercely resisted the 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon's aura. Rumble! The aura collided, and the space was almost distorted to the point of collapse. The shock waves were astonishing, and the shock waves reached hundreds of feet away, making people tremble in fear. Bright Moon Ghost Flood Dragon. The shock waves surged, and Qi Yi Shi's delicate body soared into the sky, outlining an elegant yet seductive curve. A ring of light in her hand was like a bright moon in the sky, and it was silver-white and resplendent. Multicolored light danced in the air, and it erupted with endless runes. Clanging sounds rang out, and it swept towards the 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon. Qi La La, the bright moonlight was like a blade, and the 9 Abyss Ghost Flood Dragon was immediately cut open. The runes shattered, and then they shattered one after another. Huff huff, as the rune of the 9 Abyss Ghost Dragon vein shattered, many of the elders in the elders' seats sucked in a breath of cold air. The first elder, second elder, and third elder, who were seated in the middle, were all visibly moved. Ghost Child has been defeated, and Qi Yi Shi has won. This result also shocked the surrounding people to the point of disbelief. After Kuang Niu's defeat, Ghost Child, who had always been ranked third on the martial ranking and whose strength was right behind Gu Xinyan and the general, had actually fallen into Qi Yeshi's hands. This was just too unbelievable. Blood spurted out of Ghost Child's mouth, and his body fell directly. He almost fell to the ground, and he staggered back with a pale face. Raising his head to look at Qi Yi Shi, who was descending gracefully, Ghost Child's eyes fluctuated, and he sighed. Finally, he said softly, "I've lost." Qi Yi Shi smiled and didn't say much. Her gaze then swept past the general, Du Xiaofu, Gu Xinyan, and Li Yuxiao, who had already won. However, in the end, Qi Yi Shi's gaze lingered on Du Xiaofu for a while, whether it was intentional or not. It seemed that the impact of Qi Yi Shi's victory was too great. After a while, Elder He Hu stood up and said, "According to the rules of the competition, the others can rest on the side. Li Yuxiao and Du Xiaofu will fight in the finals. The winner will enter the top 4 and fight for the championship. I hope you can win. I'm still waiting to fight with you." The general patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder, and his figure flashed, and he immediately retreated. Whoosh, whoosh. Following the general's figure, Gu Xinyan and Qi Yi Shi retreated together. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square was tense for no reason, as if a storm was coming. Today's update is complete. Chapter 392. Whoosh whoosh. Following the general's figure, Gu Xinyan and Qi Yeshi both retreated. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square was tense for no reason, as if a storm was brewing. Du Xiaofu and Demon Halberd Li Yuxiao. Who would have thought that these two ferocious fellows would meet again? Li Yuxiao entering the top 5 this time is really unexpected. Although he didn't meet Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Gu Xinyan and the others, it's still enough to show that his strength is astonishing. I heard that when the enforcers were pursuing Du Xiaofu the last time, Li Yuxiao had exchanged blows with Du Xiaofu. I wonder what the result will be this time." As the two stood facing each other in the square, many of the academy's students in the square began to whisper. Facing these two experts who had both charged into the top 5, it really wasn't easy to determine who would win in the end. In the midst of the discussion, on the rather messy but extremely spacious square, a thin figure with a broadsword on his back and a tall figure in a dark red robe faced each other. Boom! Li Yuxiao's demon halberd appeared in his hand. Evil demonic aura surged, sweeping away the shattered stones on the ground. He raised his head slightly, battle intent surging in his dark red eyes, gradually burning. Looking at Du Xiaofu, he said, "Finally, there's a chance to have a good fight." Faint golden xian qi surged around Du Xiaofu's body, blocking the evil demonic aura that Li Yuxiao had swept out. His clear eyes were surging with battle intent. Looking at Li Yuxiao, he squeezed his golden eyes and a domineering aura surged. He said, "Let's do it! Go all out, I won't hold back." "Me too." As their voices fell, an evil demonic xian qi and a domineering xian qi surged out from their bodies, enveloping the two like a storm. The two auras fluctuated, and the spectating students who were closer to the square felt the xian qi in their bodies stagnate, their hair standing on end. The two of them are so strong. Are they really going to fight with their full strength? Sensing the aura emanating from the two of them, many of the surrounding students' eyes trembled. Just the aura of their cultivation and strength was not something they could touch. As the evil devil xian qi wrapped around Li Yuxiao, the aura around Li Yuxiao's body soared. Waves of evil devil xian qi surged within his body on his bright and clean face. Dark red runes shot out from his body, dazzling and eye-catching. In an instant, the evil devil xian qi rose on the surface of his body like a flame. His body also started to expand in a short period of time. In a short period of time, Li Yuxiao's body had more than doubled in size. Dark red runes covered the surface of his body like pieces of scales. Even his head was covered. His entire body seemed to be covered by dark red scales, turning him into an evil devil giant. Walala, at this moment, the aura around Li Yuxiao's body rose to the extreme. Runes flashed, and when the evil demonic aura fluctuated, the surrounding space faintly distorted. The demonic art of assimilation. This guy is actually using the demonic art of assimilation at full power. At the edge of the plaza, the general's eyes were moved when he saw Li Yuxiao's astonishing appearance. Light blossomed in Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes. Her delicate face was filled with shock as she said, "Fully activating the demon transformation art will cause one's strength to soar. However, it will also cause quite a bit of damage to one's body." It seems that Li Yuxiao has already used his trump card in advance to deal with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Li Yuxiao. Looking at Li Yuxiao's enormous body that was currently expanding, hand seals quietly formed in his hands. An ancient aura rippled out from his overbearing aura. Demon transformation art, demon transformation. Finally, Li Yuxiao made the first move. After demonizing, his eyes were filled with a berserk sharpness. With a loud roar, he completely suppressed the hostile atmosphere. Tightly grasping the demon transformation sword in his hand, his enormous body soared into the sky. Like a demon god, he directly charged towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble, wherever the enormous demon god's body passed, gales would blow and energy would surge. Faintly, there seemed to be black demonic lightning interweaving. His aura suppressed the vast sky and collapsed space, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Demon Transformation World. With the demon transformation sword in his hand, Li Yuxiao waved it. Demonic light immediately swept out like a tidal wave, surging and sweeping in all directions. The terrifying demonic aura submerged a large area. The demonic aura was terrifying. At this moment, Li Yuxiao was like a demon god that had descended, causing people's hearts to tremble. The terrifying aura instantly swept in front of Du Xiaofu. Terrifying gales surged, causing Du Xiaofu's purple robes to flutter. He lifted his head to look at the demonic aura that had submerged the space in front of him. Dazzling symbols immediately gushed out from the golden light around his body. They were just like divine light. Suddenly, 17 array flags were formed in his hands. Astonishing fluctuations spread from the 17 array flags. It was as if all the energy in Du Xiaofu's body was being sucked into the 17 array flags. His resolute face was completely pale. Swish swish, Du Xiaofu moved. With a wave of his hand, the 17 array flags immediately swept forward. They wrapped around the space in front of him with lightning-like speed and trajectory. Waves of whooshing sounds rang out as the 17 array flags swept into the sky in front of him. A mysterious aura faintly seeped out from the 17 array flags as they were tightly connected. Crouching Tiger, Roaring Sky Array. The 17 array flags transformed into dazzling symbol-light pillars and disappeared. Intense fluctuations immediately appeared in the sky. Dazzling symbols spread across the sky, causing the entire space to rumble and tremble. In a short period of time, an astonishingly huge formation appeared in the sky in front of everyone's gazes. The terrifying pressure that faintly spread out from the formation caused the expressions of the students of the academies around the square and even the elders on the elders' seats to change. Crouching Tiger, Roaring Sky Array, a 5-star elementary talisman array. This guy seems to only be a 4-star profound talisman master, but he's actually able to set up a 5-star elementary talisman array. In the middle of the elders' seats, the great elder's gaze was filled with shock. A 4-star profound talisman master was able to set up a 5-star elementary talisman array. This required an enormous amount of mental energy and understanding of talisman arrays. The support of boundless energy was also indispensable. I didn't expect Junior Du to be a talisman master as well. He's even able to set up a 5-star elementary talisman array. This is too shocking. In the crowd, Han Chao, Tu Tong, and the others were filled with astonishment. Following the appearance of the astonishing array, the entire array enveloped the space, causing the sky to tremble violently. Walala, talisman scripts filled the sky as if the sun was in the sky. Boundless energy light twisted and condensed within the array before finally transforming into the shadow of a ferocious giant tiger that was about to pounce. The Crouching Tiger, Roaring Sky Array was a 5-star elementary offensive talisman array. It was something that Du Xiaofu had comprehended and cultivated in the Heavenly Martial Talisman realm some time ago. For the Heavenly Martial Assembly, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to make more preparations. Roar! The giant tiger roared as its might surged like a living creature. Its entire body was filled with an ancient aura that suppressed the vast sky. Its might made people tremble with fear. What a horrifying array! I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to be able to set up such a horrifying array. In midair, the giant tiger's shadow rushed out and collided with the demonic chi that filled the sky almost like lightning. In the end, it was like two terrifying storms, bringing with them an unparalleled impact force as they fiercely collided with each other. Walala, the horrifying energy storm of talisman scripts instantly shot into the sky. The talisman scripts scattered in all directions, turning into circles of energy ripples that spread out in midair. After reaching a certain point, they automatically annihilated and disappeared. The violent energy spread out, and the demonic chi was also bound within it. The demon extermination sword wanted to kill the giant tiger shadow. Monstrous black light shot out, but it was also suppressed. The giant tiger shadow occupied the vast sky and collided with the demon extermination sword. A horrifying force swept out, causing the space to tremble violently. With such a horrifying energy pressure, the air in the surrounding space of the square was also crushed and scattered, forming a vacuum. Qi La. In front of Li Yuxiao's huge demon god body, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost. A kitchen knife suddenly appeared in his hand and directly slashed down. The monstrous blade light expanded in Liu Xiao's huge eyes at this moment. It carried an unparalleled aura and shot down like a cannonball, ruthlessly hitting the rune scales on Liu Xiao's body, accompanied by dazzling runes that shot into the sky. Ka. Under the huge force, Liu Xiao's huge body trembled, and the rune scales on his body began to crack. Poochie! As the rune scales on his body shattered, Liu Xiao spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His aura stagnated, and the giant tiger shadow in front of him took the opportunity to ruthlessly suppress his body. Bang bang bang! Low muffled sounds rang out one after another, like endless thunder. The rune scales on Liu Xiao's body completely shattered inch by inch. As the rune scales shattered, Liu Xiao's body gradually became smaller and smaller, and finally returned to its normal size. Like a bird with broken wings, he ruthlessly fell to the ground in the square. Ka. Under the horrifying impact, where his body landed, large pieces of gravel burst out, and cracks spread out on the ground. In midair, the giant tiger's shadow disappeared, turning into runes and returning to Du Xiaofu's body. Everything gradually calmed down. On the ground, the demon extermination sword in Liu Xiao's hand also fell to the ground. His body struggled a few times before he managed to stand up. His body was trembling and his face was as pale as ash. He was in an extremely sorry state. He looked up at Du Xiaofu in the air and said, "I've lost." Chapter 393. Du Xiaofu has won again, entering the top 4. The demonic assimilation art was activated by Liu Xiao with all his might. After demonification, he paid the price of his own body, but still lost to Du Xiaofu. This is not surprising. If Du Xiaofu was not a formation symbol master, he would not have been able to do anything to Liu Xiao either. This is the terrifying aspect of dual cultivation in the way of talismans and martial art. However, most people do not have the talent for dual cultivation in both. Even if they had such terrifying talent, it would still be difficult for them to be proficient in both. Well done, Senior Du, you are the pride of us registered students. Senior Du, us new students will always support you. Shocked shouts and discussions erupted from the surrounding plaza, immediately resounding throughout the entire place. Following Du Xiaofu's victory once again, he had undoubtedly firmly captured the hearts of all the registered students and the majority of the new students. As a registered student and a new student of this year, he had entered the top 4 of the Tianwu University Assembly. This kind of result was definitely unheard of among the previous batches of new students. It was enough to make all the registered students and new students chase after him with fanatical admiration. Du Qi stood quietly among the new students. His throat emitted a deep and indifferent snort. His aura was elegant and his tall and straight figure caused his entire being to appear even more handsome. However, at this moment, both eyes on his handsome face were looking at the purple-robed figure on the open ground. His eyes revealed a cold and indifferent expression. So powerful. I'm afraid that even Big Brother and Second Brother did not have such strength at this age. Too powerful. Du Yunxin stood silently beside Du Qi, not minding the cold indifference on his face. Her rosy and moving face, her eyes were moist and her voice soft. How valiant! In the elders' seating area, many of the elders were deeply shocked. Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the plaza. The aura on his body was rather weak as he directly pulled out several pills from his Qiankuan bag and stuffed them into his mouth. He even secretly stuffed a few spirit medicines into his mouth and swallowed them. Buzz! The melodious sound of the bell rang out once again, an elder he whose voice once again resounded through the square. Congratulations to the 4 of you for entering the top 4. Next, we will continue to draw lots for the duels. Du Xiaofu has just finished a duel, so he can rest for a while. The other 2 will fight first. The 4 of them went up the stage, and the male and female instructors once again brought over the lot box for the four of them to draw lot. Can you still do it? If you're up against me later, I won't hold back. The general was the first to draw. In his palm, there was a jade tablet with the number 1 written on it. Du Xiaofu drew his lot and looked at the jade card in his hand. It was number 2. He smiled and said to the general with regret, "Unfortunately, I'm afraid we won't be able to fight." The general looked at the number on the jade token in Du Xiaofu's hand. His tall and sturdy figure and his skin had a faint bronze color. He raised his eyebrows and said, "There is a chance. If you and I can win, we can still fight in the next round. I'm number 1. As soon as the general finished speaking, Qi Yeshi's sweet voice sounded. She held the jade tablet in her hand and looked at the tablet in the general's hand. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "What a pity! I hope you can defeat Sister Xinyan. I actually want to fight against you the most. I can feel that the qi on your body is not ordinary. It's very mysterious." "Yeshi, are you saying that you want me to lose?" Gu Xinyan smiled. There was no need to draw lots anymore. Qi Yeshi had gotten number 1 and was going to fight against the general. Naturally, Gu Xinyan was going to fight against Du Xiaofu as well. "Sister Xinyan, that's not what I meant. I just feel that the qi on his body is very mysterious." Qi Yeshi smiled at Gu Xinyan and blinked her eyes. "It seems like the general is going to fight against Qi Yeshi and Gu Xinyan is going to fight against Du Xiaofu. That's interesting." As the 4 people on the square finished drawing lots, the surrounding universities also noticed some clues. The general is going to fight against Qi Yeshi and Gu Xinyan is going to fight against Du Xiaofu. That kind of battle is definitely surprising. Everyone is very curious about the result. The general and Gu Xinyan were the 2 strongest cultivators on the martial ranking list for a long time. They were both very strong cultivators. Now, the 2 of them were facing Du Xiaofu and Qi Yeshi. Both of them could be considered as dark horses in this year's Tianwu Assembly. 2 veteran experts on the martial ranking against 2 rising dark horses. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to the outcome of this battle. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. In the elders' seats, the great elder, second elder, and third elder's aged faces were also filled with anticipation. After the 4 people finished drawing lots, Elder He who looked at the 4 people on the square and announced at an inappropriate time, "The drawing of lots is complete. The allocation of the battle is complete. The general will fight against Qi Yeshi." Gu Xinyan and Du Xiaofu stepped back. Whoosh whoosh, as Elder He whose voice fell, Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan stepped back. Only the general and Qi Yeshi were left on the square. The battle for the top 2 begins now. Elder He whose voice rang out. In the next moment, the general and Qi Yeshi's qi gushed out. Their faint profound qi surged and wrapped around their bodies. The atmosphere in the surrounding space suddenly became tense. Looking at the 2 people on the square, the fiery battle intent that gradually filled the air. The noise in the square automatically quieted down. The last few battles would definitely be the true pinnacle battles. A pinnacle battle was about to begin. It was hard to guess who would win and who would lose. At the edge of the square, Du Xiaofu looked at the 2 people on the square. The golden-winged rock clan's cultivation technique was circulating in his body. He refined the energy of the pills and spiritual herbs to recover his profound qi. Gu Xinyan stood gracefully like a jade willow. Her beautiful eyes were smiling as she looked at Du Xiaofu. She said softly, "What do you think of the battle between the 2 of them?" "Me," Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He stood casually and lazily as he looked at the 2 people on the square. He said, "I really can't tell. The general seems to have not used his full strength. But Qi Yeshi is too mysterious. It's hard to guess. What do you think?" Du Xiaofu shrugged. The purple-gold heavenly tower on his back was crushed like a 1,000-pound boulder. Du Xiaofu carried the purple-gold heavenly tower on his back every day. He did not dare to take it off. It was fine at first, but it became more and more difficult. It was like an ordinary person carrying a boulder. It might be fine for a few hours, but after a long time, it became more and more difficult. But now, Du Xiaofu felt a little numb to the purple gold heavenly tower on his back. He was even gradually getting used to it. The most difficult time had passed. He could only carry it on his back for fear that he would not be able to suppress the soul of the murderous weapon. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Gu Xinyan's eyes moved slightly. She replied, "I can't tell either. The general is very strong. But junior sister Yeshi is too mysterious. I can't see through her, so I don't dare to make a judgment." Boom! While Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were talking, the two people on the square had already started fighting. A delicate body and a stalwart body suddenly collided. Powerful profound qi collided. Muffled sounds of energy colliding rang through the square. Bang bang bang, both of them went all out as soon as they made their move. At this time, no matter who won, they still had to face the next battle for the championship. Both of them had already thoroughly warmed up after several rounds of confrontation. Therefore, they went all out as soon as they made their moves, striving to defeat their opponent quickly. Especially for the general. Even if he won, it would be very difficult for him to deal with Gu Xinyan or Du Xiaofu. The general naturally knew Gu Xinyan's strength the best. She had never been weaker than him. Gu Xinyan had never really competed with him for the ranking on the martial ranking. The ranking could not represent her true strength in the end. The general was also well aware of Du Xiaofu's ferociousness. That ferocious fellow had always been unfathomable and was definitely a difficult person to deal with. Therefore, the general hoped that he could end the battle quickly against Qi Yeshi. The general rushed forward. An aura that could suppress mountains and rivers erupted. Profound qi surged as he attacked with all his might. Qi Yeshi was also mysterious. No matter what the reason was, the general did not dare to be careless. Seal of mountains and rivers. A palm print condensed in the general's hand. It was accompanied by a resplendent light that caused the space to tremble. Vast rune energy swept out like a surging mountain torrent. The palm print instantly enveloped the space and suppressed Qi Yeshi, as if it was suppressing mountains and rivers. Qi Yeshi's expression turned serious. Runes flashed around her body. Light surged on her slender hand. A jade-white palm shot out with a vast force and collided with the general's seal of mountains and rivers. Hula, when the two collided, a rune storm was formed. It swept out like a hurricane, faintly shattering the space and distorting it. So powerful! The general was truly shocked at this moment. After exchanging blows, he finally understood how strong Qi Yeshi was. His full-strength palm strike was actually unable to gain the slightest advantage. It seemed like Qi Yeshi had not used her full strength when facing Mang Hao, Nine Nether Jr., and Ghost Baby. In a short moment, the general soared into the air, his hand seals changing rapidly. He seemed to have been prepared for this. His hand seals condensed, and 17 formation flags appeared in his palm. With a wave of his hand, the 17 formation flags swept through the air, and in an instant, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, they disappeared in front of him in a mysterious way. Chapter 394. The general is setting up a talisman array as soon as he makes his move. The only person who can make the general set up a talisman array as soon as he makes his move was Gu Xinyan. Even if Qi Yeshi loses, it's enough. As the general's 17 array flags soared into the air, a commotion broke out around the square. Being able to make the general use a talisman array as soon as he made his move was definitely proof of Qi Yeshi's strength. Tempest Spirit Array! The general shouted. As the 17 array flags connected mysteriously and disappeared in midair, the 5-star Tempest Spirit Array instantly appeared in midair. Boom! As the Tempest Spirit Array appeared, an earth-shattering roar resounded in the air above the huge peace square. Then, a huge tornado appeared with a terrifying aura that could blot out the sky, as if it was going to flip the entire piece square over. What a terrifying Tempest Spirit array! Looking at the terrifying Tempest Spirit array, many of the spectating students gasped. How terrifying was a 5-star elementary talisman array! What an impressive array! At the edge of the square, Du Xiaofu's purple robes fluttered in the wind. The terrifying air waves that spread out from the terrifying array seemed to want to swallow everything in the surroundings into the huge tornado. Such a terrifying aura was not inferior to the roaring tiger array at all. It was only stronger. Whoosh! In mid-air above the square, the huge tornado swept out and swallowed everything in an instant. Everywhere it passed, the space rustled as if it was about to explode. Then, it sucked Qi Yeshi's delicate body into the storm. The space inside the storm was chaotic, and the spectating students were unable to see what was going on. The general's imposing figure soared into the air and entered the array he had set up. Rumble, in an instant, no one knew what had happened inside the tornado storm glyph array. In the chaotic space, countless rune lights shot out from the tornado storm glyph array, and a series of energy sonic booms resounded like thunderclap. All the spectating students held their breaths as they stared intently at the huge tornado, waiting for the final result. At the elders' seats, all the elders were fully focused at this moment, closely staring at the changes within the array. Most of the elders couldn't see through the chaos caused by the shocking energy. Walala! The tornado swept out, twisting the surrounding space even more. Within the storm, runes scattered like fireworks. The glyph formation is not bad, but it is not enough to trap me. Break! Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Qi Yeshi's voice suddenly sounded from within the tornado. All of a sudden, dazzling runes shot out from within the tornado, as if the sun was shining in the sky. Rumble, the storm trembled, destroying the sky. Under the violent energy, the ground of the plaza was overturned, and more cracks appeared on the ground. Ka! At this moment, a huge tornado gushed out from the inside. A dazzling light shot out from the tornado. Dazzling runes shrouded the beautiful figure. It was Qi Yeshi who had just been trapped. Walala! As Qi Yeshi emerged from the tornado, the entire tornado directly cracked. In the end, it turned into inscriptions that shot off into the air with an unparalleled force. Violent gales swept out, shaking everyone's hearts and causing them to tremble in fear. Qi Yeshi floated in the air. At this moment, her eyes were still bright, and her moving eyes were filled with a mysterious splendor. They were as dazzling as the starry sky. The martial Marquis realm is mysterious. Qi Yeshi's true cultivation is at the martial Marquis realm. At this moment, all the elders in the elders' seats were looking at the sky in shock. Qi Yeshi's aura had already reached the martial Marquis realm without any reservation. This girl was only 13.5 years old when she first entered the academy. In that case, she is 17 years old now. The first elder's aged eyes were filled with vigor. A 17-year-old martial Marquis realm mysterious. Such talent is enough to make her outstanding. The second elder was moved, and his eyes trembled. I didn't expect our Tianwu Academy to produce such a genius. She is comparable to the two fellows from 20 years ago. She is even better than them. The third elder was shocked, and his eyes were filled with splendor. She is actually at the martial Marquis realm mysterious. What powerful talent! Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with ripples. Given Qi Yeshi's age, it was shocking that she was at the martial Marquis realm mysterious level. This made Du Xiaofu think that with Qi Yeshi's strength, even Gu Yu from the Divine Light Court was no match for her. If Gu Yu from the Divine Light Court had come to show off, Qi Yeshi would have been able to defeat him if she was willing to take action. Is this junior sister Yeshi's true strength? Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with dazzling light, and her brows were slightly knitted. The general's figure appeared in the air. His talisman array had been destroyed by Qi Yeshi, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His handsome face was solemn as he looked at Chi Yeshi in the air. He smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like the entire academy has been fooled by you." Chi Yeshi's eyes were still bright. She looked at the general and smiled calmly. "You're going to use your full strength now, right? Is it your meridian spirit or your trump card? You're stronger than I thought, you're already very strong. I can feel that your pulse spirit is stronger than mine, so there's no need to use your pulse spirit. Take my last move. I was saving this move to deal with Gu Xinyan, but I didn't expect that I would have to use it in advance." As the general's voice fell, the chi around him surged wildly and shrouded the air. A terrifying aura was released without reservation. The Martial Marquis Realm Mysterious Level. This guy has also broken through to the Martial Marquis Realm Mysterious Level. This guy must have broken through after returning from the Dark City. Seeing the general releasing his aura without reservation, many people around were moved. Especially to Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others. The general had always been ranked first on the martial roll and was stronger than them. It was definitely not due to luck. He is indeed the most outstanding young man in the general family. His talent is not ordinary. He has also reached the Martial Marquis Realm Mysterious Level. Compared to the previous Tianwu tournament, the overall strength of this year's Tianwu tournament seems to be even more tyrannical. Seeing that the general had finally stepped into the Martial Marquis Realm Mysterious Level, many elders were in awe. In the air, the general's hand seals continued to condense. Waves of heaven and earth energy immediately gathered and surrounded his body. It was as if an energy storm had gathered in front of him. The general's imposing figure stood in the middle of the energy storm. His aura seemed to occupy the sky and suppress the mountains and rivers. Boom! A palm print finally condensed in the general's hand seals. When the palm print appeared, the heavens and earth trembled. The surrounding energy storm was instantly sucked into the palm print. Vigorous and violent energy fluctuations at the edge of the palm print distorted the surrounding space. The last of the chi around the general's body was continuously poured into the palm print. As the last of the chi energy was poured in, a strange fluctuation appeared on the originally vigorous and violent palm print. It was like a suppressed volcano that was about to erupt. "Chi Yeshi, take this, and the top two will belong to you." As the palm print condensed, the general's face turned pale. The palm print locked onto Chi Yeshi. His arrogant voice sounded, as if he was very confident in his attack. "Not mountain and river, mountain seal." The general's voice swept toward Chi Yeshi. As the palm print was pushed out, a terrifying energy was released. Everywhere it passed, a storm followed in the space and waves of chi surged into the sky under the horrified gazes of the people around the square. Walala, dazzling runes covered the sky and the earth. With a sharp, ear-piercing explosion, the palm print followed the general's figure and cut across the space at lightning speed. It enveloped Chi Yeshi. Everywhere the palm print passed, the space was distorted and solidified. What a powerful mountain seal! Is this the all-out attack of the general who ranked first on the martial roll? As the terrifying palm print appeared in the sky, the elders' gazes turned solemn. Even the Martial Marquis in the Nirvana realm outside would not be able to withstand the attack of the general's palm print. Can Chi Yeshi still withstand it? At this moment, many people could not help but worry for Chi Yeshi. Chi Yeshi was known as the biggest dark horse in this Tianwu conference. Could she still withstand the general's all-out attack? If she could, how powerful would she be? Boom! At this moment, in Chi Yeshi's eyes, her hands were enveloped by the dazzling runes. The palm print was like a mountain descending with shocking power. "He's really strong," Chi Yeshi said softly. Her bright eyes were filled with a strange light, as vast and deep as the starry sky. She suddenly looked up and waved her slender hands, forming a palm print. Her white slender hands brushed across the void. Facing the general's mountain seal, she did not dodge. Instead, she clapped her hands and met the attack head-on. The two palm prints collided and collided with each other in a forceful manner. Under the gazes of everyone who held their breaths and waited, the two collided. Suddenly, a string of dazzling rays of light burst forth. Runes blossomed like fireworks, causing the sky to become bright and resplendent. It was as if fireworks had blossomed. Under its gorgeous appearance, it contained a terrifying energy that could destroy everything. Chapter 395. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. High up in the sky, energy ripples were everywhere. Everyone's eyes were trembling. The space was about to be overturned. The battle between the general and Chi Yeshi was too violent and shocking. Perhaps the crowd had a preconceived notion of General Buddy and Shanha, so they weren't too surprised. After all, General Buddy and Shanha had always been ranked first on the martial ranking. With such strength, the crowd felt that it was only natural for him to be so powerful. However, at this moment, Chi Yeshi was actually able to erupt with such terrifying strength. The crowd could not help but be shocked. What kind of terrifying and violent energy was contained within that seemingly delicate body? High up in the sky, the gorgeous and violent energy gradually disappeared. In the chaotic space that was difficult to pry into, a stalwart figure and a delicate figure gradually appeared. Could it be a draw again? All the spectating students stared intently at the two in the air. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. But just as the crowd was guessing, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from the general's mouth. His pale face turned ashen. General Buddy and Shanha raised his eyes slightly and looked at Chi Yeshi, who was not far away. After a moment of shock, his eyes were filled with helplessness. The corners of his mouth that were dripping with blood formed a bitter smile. He said, "I've lost. You've won. You're already very strong. However, I'm interested in the weapon refined by Vice Headmaster Zhuge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have competed with you for the championship. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll let you beat me." Chi Yeshi smiled slightly. Her eyes that were as bright as the starry sky bloomed with a bright light. Hearing this, the general smiled even more bitterly. For the past 3 years, he had always been number 1 on the martial ranking. No one had ever been able to compete with him. Even Gu Xinyan had failed several times. However, now, a girl who had always been silent on the martial ranking had come out and defeated him directly. She even told him that she had no intention of competing for the championship and that she could let him win next time. The general could only feel depressed. So he had always been number 1 on the martial ranking because Chi Yeshi had no intention of competing with him. Otherwise, he would never have been number 1 on the martial ranking. If it was an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to maintain their rationality under such a psychological shock. However, at this moment, the general only felt a little depressed and dejected. Just this kind of mental endurance was not something an ordinary person could compare to. And this mental endurance was what a cultivator needed the most and was also the hardest to train. Heavens, the general actually lost. Chi Yeshi won. Unbelievable! Around the square, all the students finally regained their senses after a long while. No one had expected that the general, who had always been ranked first on the martial ranking, would actually be defeated by Chi Yeshi. Chi Yeshi was actually this powerful. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that Chi Yeshi, who had always been silent, had always possessed the strength to fight for first place on the martial ranking. It was just that she had no intention of fighting for it. Chi Yeshi. After a short moment of silence, the entire place was filled with thunderous shouts. Chi Yeshi's supporters were all raising their arms and cheering loudly. At this moment, all the elders in the elders' seats were looking at each other in dismay. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded. This result had exceeded the expectations of all the elders. "I can't see through this girl, I can't see through her." In the middle of the elders' seats, the first elder's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This girl's background is definitely not simple. The second elder and the third elder were also looking at each other with shock in their eyes. The aura on her body is very strange. In the crowd, Du Xiaoqing's innocent eyes were also filled with confusion. Du Xiaoyao's faint golden spirit eyes looked at Qi Yishi from afar and said doubtfully, "What a strange aura. That girl is definitely not simple." The general has actually lost. At the edge of the square, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes were also filled with shock. He had not expected Qi Yishi to be so powerful. Huff! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. If he had been in the general's position, he would not have been able to withstand the full force of the general's palm strike. However, not only had Qi Yishi managed to withstand it, she had done so with ease. There was no doubt that Qi Yishi had not used her full strength yet. It seems that junior sister Yishi is the real dark horse. Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with light. Her face was filled with shock. The battle between the general and Qi Yishi had ended with the general's defeat. The general's figure landed in the air, and he walked past Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "It seems that we won't have a chance to fight. There will be a chance next time." Du Xiaofu said softly, "If you can win this round, you have to be careful. Qi Yishi is too strong." The general patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and then looked at Gu Xinyan, who was beside Du Xiaofu. He said casually, "You have to be careful of Gu Xinyan too. Her talisman formation is terrifying and her spirit vein is not simple either." "Are you hoping that I will lose?" Gu Xinyan was naturally able to hear the general's words. Her beautiful eyes immediately glared at the general. The general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Gu Xinyan with a smile. He said, "I didn't mean that. It's just that if you lose, I will feel better." "I will do as you wish." Du Xiaofu said to the general, "Defeat her and I will treat you to a drink later." The general smiled. He then turned around and left the square. "Senior sister Xinyan, it's your turn." Qi Yishi's beautiful figure walked over. She glanced at Du Xiaofu again. "The first two battles, Gu Xinyan and Du Xiaofu, come on." In front of the elders' seats, Elder He whose eyes were still filled with shock. He could not accept the general's defeat. "It's our turn." Gu Xinyan's voice fell. Profound qi flowed under her feet. Her beautiful figure was like duckweed floating in the air. She gently landed on an upturned bluestone floor in the middle of the square. She was 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was as white as snow and her face was beautiful. Her aura suddenly surged, causing her red dress to shine brightly. She looked beautiful and untainted by the mortal world. People could not look straight at her. Junior sister Xinyan will win. As Gu Xinyan's beautiful figure appeared in the middle of the square, many shouts came from all around. With Gu Xinyan's position in the academy and her beautiful appearance, she always had suitors that left other girls in the dust. At this moment, those suitors were naturally Gu Xinyan's most fervent and firm supporters. Hearing the shouts from all around, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He smiled indifferently. Profound qi flowed under his feet. He lightly stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. His body flew straight into the air and landed in the middle of the square. Boom! When Du Xiaofu's feet landed on the ground trembled violently. Starting from his feet, cracks started to form on the ground. A shock wave rippled out, causing the space to tremble and become chaotic. The shock wave caused Gu Xinyan's red dress to flutter. Her hair fluttered behind her back, adding to her charm. Du Xiaofu's appearance wasn't as beautiful or graceful as Gu Xinyan's. It was simple and straightforward, but it was filled with dominance and wildness. This kind of method was the most impactful to the audience. Everyone in the square, including the elders' seats, had their gazes on Du Xiaofu. However, their gazes were filled with different emotions. No one in Tianwu Academy was unfamiliar with Du Xiaofu. This was a ferocious youth. Ever since he entered Tianwu Academy, he had shaken the entire academy by challenging the top 10 freshmen. Following which, he killed 2 of the 5 seniors and severely injured 3 of them. He refused to arrest the enforcers, stole the points of the enforcers, ate the green bamboo spirit fruit, and destroyed the herb farm. After which, he trampled on the genius of the divine radiance court, Gu Yu, snatched the profound spirit heavenly vine in the dark city's forest of darkness, captured Ghastly Claw single-handedly, set a new record in the Tianwu Talisman region, and became the first person in the history of the War Realm to be expelled from the War Realm, severely injuring Qian Guyu. That ferocious youth had never stopped. Every single one of his actions had left everyone dumbfounded. Every time someone mentioned such a youth in Tianwu Academy, they would be shocked. Perhaps there might be some who were disdainful and mocking him in the past. However, at this very moment, when the purple-robed youth stood in the center of the square, who would dare to mock him? Throughout the entire academy, there wasn't a single person who was qualified to stand in the square. Senior Du will win. Senior Du, we'll always support you. Du Xiaofu chased after Du Xiaofu fervently. He was a student who walked out of the right-in students, and he had created numerous records. He was the benchmark for all of the right-in students and freshmen. If Third Uncle were to see this, he would probably be overjoyed. Amidst the crowd, Du Xiaoman's eyes were brimming with joy. However, at this very moment, tears were welling up in her eyes. This lad isn't simple at all. On the elders' seating area, many of the elders were moved by the sight. This was especially so for Elder Murong Shi and Elder Liao. A smile flashed across each of their faces. Big brother is so dashing. Du Xiaoqing gazed at her big brother with a smile on her face. In her eyes, no one was comparable to her big brother. Du Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Her pale golden eyes glanced at Du Xiaoqing before her gaze landed on the square. Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes stared at the purple-robed figure in front of her. Her gaze paused on his resolute face. After coming into contact with this ferocious youth in the dark city, she was touched by many aspects of him. After returning from the dark city, that resolute face of his had lost much of its youthfulness. However, he was still as ferocious as before. Let the finals begin. Elder He who shouted at the wrong time. The shock he had felt from the battle between the general and Qi Yi Shi had completely disappeared from his eyes. At this moment, he was only paying close attention to the two people in the middle of the square. Chapter 396. 1. The melodious sound of the bell followed Elder He whose words, echoing throughout the square. In that instant, all the shouts died down, and all eyes were fixed on the square. One was a fierce youth, whose name had shaken the academy, the other was a veteran expert who had always been second on the martial roll. What would the outcome of this battle be? On the upside-down bluestone square, Gu Xinyan's red dress fluttered in the wind. Her limpid eyes were incomparably pure, her long eyelashes blinking. Her nose was straight and her red lips were moist. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let's begin. Only the victor has the right to fight for the championship." As her voice fell, her simple and calm words slowly drifted through the square. However, it was these simple and calm words that caused the atmosphere of the square to become tense. She rarely takes her opponent so seriously. It looks like she'll go all out from the start. Below the square, the general looked at Gu Xinyan, his gaze flickering. Girls first. You attack first, I'll catch. Du Xiaofu looked at Gu Xinyan. His words were also calm, but other than that, there was also a hint of dominance that could not be ignored. This dominance came from the blood, from the marrow of the bones, and could not be concealed. Gu Xinyan looked at Du Xiaofu, her beautiful eyes lifting slightly. Her red lips parted slightly, and her snow-white teeth glowed like pearls. She said, "I'm the senior and you're the junior. Why don't we attack together?" As her voice fell, Gu Xinyan's slender hands moved slightly. Within her long sleeves, a flowing sleeve appeared. Runes flashed, and her delicate body under her red dress was like a jade willow. The flowing sleeve around her fluttered gently. Everything looked soft and delicate, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a pure white celestial flower on a misty celestial mountain, moving one's heart and seducing one's soul. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He could feel the aura on that flowing sleeve. It was actually a practitioner weapon. A stream of light rippled in his palm, and a kitchen knife suddenly appeared in his hand. A wave of aura rippled, and his purple robe fluttered. A faint golden aura wrapped around his body, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. At the same time, Gu Xinyan's delicate body touched the ground, and the bluestone floor under her feet turned into fine powder with a crack. A wave of Xian qi spread out from her beautiful body covered in red clothes. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, two figures flashed out like lightning at the same time, causing the tense atmosphere in the square to explode. Chi la la, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two figures collided. Flowing clouds swept through the air and runes fluctuated in the air. Beneath the brilliance was a suppressive energy that could destroy all. In midair, Du Xiaofu's figure was domineering. The kitchen knife in his hand slashed wildly, and the knife light flashed. He wanted to suppress everything, including the fluttering sleeve. However, for a moment, the saber light in the sky was unable to suppress the flowing cloud flying sleeves that filled the sky. Instead, it showed signs of being suppressed by the flowing cloud flying sleeve. Lu Yun's sleeve tried to suppress the domineering saber light, but it was difficult to do so. They fought in the air, one firm and one soft. Every movement was filled with runes, and the aura suppressed the sky. It was beautiful and violent, gorgeous and shocking. It was a great visual impact. Gu Xinyan is extraordinary. It is very difficult to use the flying sleeves, and the martial arts that go with it are also very rare. It is not easy to cultivate the flowing cloud flying sleeves to such a level. In the elders' seats, the third elder praised. Du Xiaofu is even more remarkable. With his cultivation at the pulse spirit stage, he was able to contend against Gu Xinyan, who is at the martial marquis realm. The kitchen knife totem in his hand may seem clumsy, but it seems to be very skillful. His attacks are messy, but every movement of his seems to contain some kind of profound martial skill, making it hard for others to see through. The second elder was surprised by Du Xiaofu. The chaotic knife technique seemed messy, but it was definitely not simple. The kitchen knife-like spiritual weapon was also extraordinary, and it seemed to be clumsy. Flowing cloud sky dance. With a delicate shout, Gu Xinyan's sleeves fluttered. Countless runes gushed out like a light cocoon, suppressing the sky and enveloping Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, with the purple gold heavenly tower on his back, stepped in the air. He did not retreat, but directly slashed out. The space suddenly fluctuated, and the green and red runes filled the sky. Suddenly, a huge shadow of the scarlet cloud dragon swept out. Ao, Ao, the scarlet cloud dragon roared, and light overflowed. It stirred up the surrounding air waves like waves, and directly collided with the flowing cloud flying sleeve. Rumble, a muffled thunder-like sound suddenly resounded. A terrifying force swept out, surging and terrifying. Under the pressure of such a terrifying energy, the air around the square was crushed into a vacuum, and the surrounding space trembled violently. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the runes shot into the sky, and everything was annihilated. Jade Spirit Palm Gu Xinyan's beautiful figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. From her delicate hand, a palm print fiercely shot out, crushing the sky. Gu Xinyan was ranked second on the martial ranking. This was not only because of her beauty and temperament, but also because of her true strength. In this world where strength was respected, beauty could play a certain role, but the most important thing was always true strength. Mad Demon Sky Wolf Palm. Du Xiaofu made his move, urging the Mad Demon Sky Wolf's runes. A Mad Demon Sky Wolf's shadow roared out. Spirit Inscription Palm. Roaring Sky Demon Tiger Fist. Spirit Gold Seal. Shaking Sky Wings. In the air, The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding as they withdrew their external forces and fought with their own strength. The attacks of the two collided in succession. Every time they collided, a string of divine light would burst forth. The runes were dazzling like fireworks, causing the air to be dazzling and gorgeous. The two of them are so strong. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have comprehended so much beast energy. This kind of comprehension is abnormal. Gu Xinyan is not weak either. She has cultivated the marquis-grade martial skills to an extremely thorough level. In the elders' seating area, all the elders were amazed. In the air, Du Xiaofu was shocked. Gu Xinyan was indeed terrifying. Compared to the time when she came back from Darkness City, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His attack was actually blocked by her. It would not be easy to deal with Gu Xinyan. Gu Xinyan was also shocked. Du Xiaofu's strength was harder to deal with than she had imagined. This fierce young man was like a ferocious beast, violent and overbearing. His attacks were simple and direct. Boom! Her delicate hand was like jade. Gu Xinyan's seemingly delicate palm print directly collided with Du Xiaofu's fist, and a dazzling rune light burst out. The terrifying power swept out, making all the people in the square gasp. The whistling air wave was like a giant wave that swept out. The two figures flew away, and Gu Xinyan did not continue to attack. However, Du Xiaofu did not stop. His purple robe fluttered, and his figure swept across the sky, once again pouncing towards Gu Xinyan. Gu Xinyan no longer resisted directly. Her delicate body under her red robe was like a willow rapidly retreating. Her body was light and tender, and her long black hair was like ink, reflecting her reflection. It naturally draped over her waist. At this moment, a strange energy wave was flying behind her head, making her look like a beautiful fairy that had walked out of a painting. Can't hold it in any more? Seeing that Gu Xinyan was no longer resisting, Du Xiaofu felt the strange energy rippling from Gu Xinyan's body. He stepped into the air and did not chase after her. Instead, there was a strange smile in his eyes. Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions, Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt, but she did not stop. Waves of energy of the world suddenly fluctuated rapidly from the surrounding air. It seemed that she had been secretly prepared for this. Suddenly, 17 matrix flags condensed above her delicate hands. You have seen this spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation before. Now try it yourself. In a short time, Gu Xinyan's delicate body stepped out. Her red robe was graceful, and the 17 formation flags in her hands were all spreading out shocking waves. However, at this moment, all the energy in Gu Xinyan's body seemed to have been poured into the 17 formation flags, making her face pale. Gu Xinyan is also going to set up a formation. She is a cultivator of both the Tao of talismans and martial arts. Every one of them is extremely terrifying. Some of the onlookers in the square exclaimed. Spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation. Without any delay, Gu Xinyan set up a talisman array. The 17 array flags immediately shot forward, wrapping around the area with lightning-like speed and trajectory. Then, the 17 array flags turned into dazzling runic light pillars and disappeared. Rumble! In an instant, the wind in the sky whistled, and dazzling runes spread out in the sky. A powerful formation appeared in midair, and directly covered Du Xiaofu. The formation was terrifying. Endless energy rune light distorted the space, and finally, it faintly turned into a gigantic heavenly phoenix shadow that was hundreds of feet tall. Ku! The heavenly phoenix's illusory figure was like a living creature. Its entire body was suffused with an ancient aura. An earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky. Its might suppressed the sky, and its might caused one's heart to tremble. What a terrifying formation! Du Xiaofu can set up a 5-star beginner formation, but he might not be able to break the formation immediately. Even if he can break it, it won't be done in a short time. If he tries to break it by force, I'm afraid that the spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation set up by Gu Xinyan can't be broken by force without the cultivation of the martial lord realm. Du Xiaofu is also a talisman master. Why did he give Gu Xinyan a chance to set up a formation just now? It's a little strange. As a talisman master, Du Xiaofu shouldn't be trapped in a formation so easily. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was surrounded by the spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation, everyone was shocked. They waited with bated breath. Could it be that Du Xiaofu was going to be defeated? This formation doesn't look weak. In the crowd, Du Xiaoqing blinked her big innocent eyes and said, Du Xiaofu is too shameless. He purposely let Gu Xinyan set up a formation to exhaust her qi. These ordinary formations are completely ineffective against him. Gu Xinyan has been fooled, Du Xiaoyao said bluntly. He was the only one who knew that ordinary formations and seals were completely ineffective against Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's goal was to exhaust Gu Xinyan's formation. Chapter 397. The terrifying symbol array hovered in mid-air. The image of the heavenly phoenix was like a living creature, causing people's hearts to tremble. Suddenly, the gazes of the elders in the surrounding square were filled with shock. Qi under everyone's shocked gazes, a ray of golden flowing light shot out from the lifelike image of the heavenly phoenix. Mysterious golden symbols flickered, and the space rippled. There was a strange energy that seemed to be able to distort the void. Like a flash of golden lightning, it suddenly appeared in front of the pale-faced Gu Xinyan. Boom! Like thunder, the golden flowing light viciously struck Gu Xinyan's body. Like a thunderbolt, it swept down heavily. Bang! A low muffled sound. Beyond Gu Xinyan's imagination, the golden lightning-like figure appeared directly in front of her without any fluctuation or movement. In her panic, and in a situation where she had exhausted all her strength, Gu Xinyan had no time to defend herself. With a low muffled sound, a mouthful of dark red blood spurted out from her mouth. Her delicate body fell in a straight line, heavily crashing into the ground of the square. Crash! As Gu Xinyan's delicate body fell heavily to the ground, the huge symbol array hovering in midair began to crack and shatter, turning into runes that filled the sky and dissipating. How could this be? What's going on? This scene happened too quickly. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they had already witnessed this shocking scene. What's going on? In the elders' seats, all the elders were shocked. Even they had not seen clearly what had happened. Gu Xinyan's defeat seemed too inexplicable. In midair, the shadow of a golden mountain peak covered in mysterious symbols seemed to have appeared out of thin air. A domineering aura that could suppress everything spread out. Finally, the mysterious symbols disappeared, and a purple-robed youth appeared. Du Xiaofu's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Several rounds of competition had begun in the morning. The sun had begun to set, and one exciting battle after another had unknowingly reached dusk. Did I see wrongly? At the edge of the square, she looked at Du Xiaofu and sensed the remnant aura of the Golden Mountain Phantom. Her intelligent eyes were filled with doubt at this moment. Her slender and delicate body was shrouded in the hazy afterglow of the setting sun. Her flawless face made her look like a little sister next door, making her feel close. Puqi Gu Xinyan's delicate body stood up from the ground. Her red dress was fluttering, but she was already in a sorry state. At this moment, blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Xinyan's mouth, causing her tender red lips to appear exceptionally red, giving her a delicate and beautiful appearance. She was like an untainted fairy who had suddenly gained a kind of charm from the mortal world. I've lost, you've won. Gu Xinyan looked at the purple-robed figure that was slowly descending from the sky. Her eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. It was unexpected, but it also seemed to be within her expectations. Her delicate red lips curled up in a bitter smile. You still have the strength to fight. I took advantage of you just now. Du Xiaofu shrugged his shoulders. He had indeed taken advantage of her just now. After reaching the pulse spirit stage, along with his understanding of the pulse spirit, he was able to use the power of Du Xiaoyao that could ignore ordinary seals and arrays. However, it was naturally still incomparable to Du Xiaoyao. However, it was enough to deal with Gu Xinyan's array. He had taken her by surprise and severely injured her. But at this moment, Gu Xinyan should still have the power to use her pulse spirit. Even if I use my pulse spirit, I still can't do anything to you. Just wait for the battle with Junior Yi Shi. I'm also very curious as to whether you or Junior Yi Shi is stronger. Gu Xinyan smiled slightly as she faced her defeat indifferently. She knew that even if she used her pulse spirit, it would be difficult for her to win when she was exhausted and heavily injured. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Xinyan turned around and retreated. The profound qi on the soles of her feet touched the ground. She stood up a few times and lightly floated to the side of the general, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, and the others. The general looked at the defeated Gu Xinyan with a smile. He swept his gaze across the surrounding people and said in a low voice, "It seems that we have all lost." Everyone smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that in this Tianwu conference, the veteran experts on the martial ranking would be defeated one by one? In the end, only Qi Yeshi and Du Xiaofu were left. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. The great elder's old face was filled with extraordinary splendor. The surroundings were silent. It seemed that no one had seen clearly how Du Xiaofu had broken Gu Xinyan's astonishing array and won. Everything was inconceivable. Almost no one in the surrounding square knew what had happened. They also did not know how Du Xiaofu had broken Gu Xinyan's symbol array. However, after a short moment of silence, a victory was a victory. In an instant, the square erupted with astonishing cheers. "Senior Du, good job! Senior Du!" Du Xiaofu had defeated Gu Xinyan and entered the top 2. This undoubtedly caused all the supporters to boil with excitement. This guy really won. In the crowd, Ouyang Shuang's large and beautiful eyes slightly moved. She took a deep breath and her tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed a little. A faint smile appeared on her peerless face. Du Xiaoman did not speak, but her charming face was filled with a smile. He won. Junior Du won again. Our weapon department has finally made a name for itself. Tu Tong laughed happily. Han Chao and Bing Na were also unable to contain their excitement. In front of the elders' seats, Elder He who only regained his senses after a while. He faced the surrounding students and slightly pressed his hands forward to stop the cheering. He then loudly said, "Du Xiaofu has won this round. In the next round, Du Xiaofu will continue to fight Qi Yeshi." Qi Yeshi's body flew forward and streaked across the sky under the sunset glow. Her slender body drew a beautiful arc before landing in front of Du Xiaofu. She gently landed without a trace of dust or ripples. The final battle for the championship begins now. As Qi Yeshi ascended the stage, Elder He who slowly raised his hand in front of the elders' seats. When his final words sounded, he blankly lowered his hand. Buzz. At this moment, the low and melodious sound of the bell rang out once again. In an instant, the blood in the square boiled. The final battle had officially begun. In the square, Qi Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu. Her intelligent eyes were filled with curiosity, as if she was looking at a rare object. "What are you looking at?" Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Qi Yeshi in confusion. Du Xiaofu clearly knew how terrifying the energy contained in her slender body was. This girl was the same as Du Xiaoqing. They both looked harmless on the outside, but when they did, they would shock everyone. "I heard that you are very ferocious and like to snatch things. You can easily fight those above your level, so I have always wanted to fight with you." Qi Yeshi straightened her body forming a beautiful arc. Her voice was quite crisp. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and looked at Qi Yeshi. He said, "Are you praising me or insulting me?" "Both, but my goal today is to defeat you because I want the weapon refined by Vice Principal Zhuge." Although there are weapons at home, I am too lazy to go back to get them. Once I go back, I won't be able to come out. In addition, I want to refine the weapon I want to refine. Chi-Yeshi smiled. Her intelligent eyes were like the starry sky, deep and clear, ethereal and dazzling. She looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "But if you are willing to surrender today, I will go back another day. If I have the chance, I will return a weapon to you." Du Xiaofu listened to Chi-Yeshi's words and was slightly stunned. Then, he said unceremoniously, "In your dreams." In Du Xiaofu's mind, he had taken back the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. Moreover, he had given a part of the secret weapon manual to Vice Principal Zhuge. How could he give the weapon refined from the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine to someone else? Why are you so fierce? You are too ungentlemanly. Chi-Yeshi glanced at Du Xiaofu. She raised her head and puffed out her chest. She said, "You have to think clearly. If you don't surrender, there will be serious consequences." "What consequences?" Du Xiaofu frowned. He felt a little aggrieved. He hadn't even made a move yet, but he was unknowingly being suppressed. Therefore, Du Xiaofu immediately began to be on guard. He absolutely could not be affected in any way. This was the last battle, and he could not lose to a little girl, even though he should be about the same age as this little girl. Chi-Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu. Her slender body was actually quite slender. Her intelligent eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. She dragged her voice and said seriously, "Because I will hit you." Her clear voice had a hint of childishness, but it sounded like the sound of nature. As she finished speaking, her delicate body trembled slightly. "You want to hit me?" Du Xiaofu felt something in his heart. It seemed like he was holding his breath, but it also didn't seem like it. These words gave Du Xiaofu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Of course. If you don't surrender, and I want the weapon refined by Vice Principal Zhuge, although I want to fight with you, I can only beat you up in the end. But don't worry, I won't hit you too hard. You are already very strong. If those old guys see you, they will probably be shocked." Chi-Yeshi said with a smile. Her pearly white teeth were sparkling, as if she was talking about something that already had a definite outcome. Chapter 398. Du Xiaofu's clear gaze wavered for a moment before he suddenly said to Chi-Yeshi, "I've decided." "What have you decided?" Chi-Yeshi also asked Du Xiaofu curiously. "I've decided. I'll beat you up." After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he waved his hand. His figure drifted like a deity, instantly appearing in front of Chi-Yeshi. His fist was wrapped in faint golden profound energy. He did not hold back at all as he threw out a punch. The energy on his fist seemed to want to explode the space around it. This guy is really too ungentlemanly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was the first to move in the square, Du Xiaoman's beautiful eyes twitched slightly. The corners of her lips curled into a slight smile, but the curve of her smile was rather serious and nervous. "He's never had a good time with girls." Ouyang Shuang curled her lips. Thinking back to how that guy had viciously bitten her back in Orchid Tomb City, she could not help but smile a little. "You can't beat me." As Chi-Yishi's voice fell, her delicate body drifted, appearing very soft. Just as Du Xiaofu's fist was about to reach her, her body slanted strangely. The small waist outlined under her long skirt was so small that it could not be grasped with one hand, and she just happened to avoid Du Xiaofu's punch. What a fast movement technique! Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. Chi-Yishi must have cultivated some kind of movement technique. Her speed and strangeness were actually not below the wave-like carefree step. "My turn." As her clear voice fell, her delicate palm was like a whip. Her delicate body looked ethereal under the setting sun. In an instant, a palm print appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes on the talisman rippled, faintly freezing the space around them. Even the air was about to be confined. Profound energy gushed out from the soles of Du Xiaofu's feet as he activated the wave-like carefree steps with all his might, narrowly avoiding the palm print. What a strange movement technique. It doesn't seem like an ordinary thing. Where did you learn it from? While Qi Yeshi was puzzled, she wrapped her body with profound energy and quickly condensed a series of hand seals. A small energy storm seemed to have formed in her delicate palm. A dazzling energy rune swept out from the energy storm, as if it had passed through space, and finally shot fiercely toward Du Xiaofu. Swish, 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 swish. The rune energy spread and suppressed the mad demon sky wolf. However, the runes on the mad demon sky wolf's front claws flickered and tore apart the lightning bolt. In the end, it was unable to resist the corrosion of the runes on the lightning bolt and was destroyed. Swish! Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through space and chased after Du Xiaofu once again. As it streaked across space, the faint runic energy emitted a kind of pressure that was difficult to resist. If one were to come into contact with it, it was likely that a bloody hole would appear in one's body, no matter how tough it was. Du Xiaofu waved his hand as he looked at the rune stream approaching again. The claw print was wrapped in faint golden talisman inscriptions. It suddenly grabbed at the lightning stream and accurately caught the unpredictable rune stream in the palm of his hand. Swish, 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 swish. I know how to comprehend beast energy too. Swish, swish, swish. Qi Yishi's hand seals changed continuously the moment the demonic eagle image shattered. Waves of profound energy spread out along with the runes around her body. The aura that filled the sky surged, seemingly intending to distort space. In the end, the aura intertwined with each other. In a short period of time, it turned into a handprint that was several feet in size under many shocked gazes. The moment the handprint appeared, the surrounding space rumbled as a mysterious aura spread out from Qi Yishi's body. Qi Yishi's dress fluttered in the wind. The multicolored light around her body was like stars revolving and fluctuating. Her beautiful figure carried a kind of transcendent holiness. She was like a goddess, noble and proud, causing the hearts of those who looked at her from afar to ripple. Brilliant star seal! Qi Yeshi shouted. At this moment, she raised her wrist and a handprint suddenly fell. Mysterious runes surged out from the handprint, like the stars in the night sky releasing their light. They carried a vast aura that covered the sky and the earth, directly suppressing Du Xiaofu. As the handprint swept across the sky, the setting sun around the square dimmed. The terrifying handprint swallowed the light. It was as if the space above the square had suddenly fallen into the night sky. Its power was unparalleled, suppressing the sky. What a powerful martial technique! It's unusual. Looking at Qi Yishi's handprint, the expressions of the spectators in the square changed. General, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Ghost Child, and the others changed. With their cultivation strength, they could clearly feel how terrifying the handprint that Qi Yishi had activated was. At the elders' seats, the three inner academy elders narrowed their eyes. Even the aura around them seemed to be faintly fluctuating. They were ready to intervene at any time. That handprint was too powerful. Even with the eyesight of the three elders from the inner courtyard, they were unable to determine the origin of that handprint. However, the frightening aura contained within it was exceptionally frightening. The terrifying handprint pressed down. The violent power affected the space and swallowed the light. It was as if the starry sky had descended and almost penetrated the space. Under the astonished gazes of many who felt the huge pressure, the space was assimilated wherever it passed. Cracks appeared on the ground below, one after another. Finally, it appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. Can Du Xiaofu withstand it? Many people in the square were shocked. Many elders also sighed at this time. At this moment, a lightning-like light flashed in Du Xiaofu's clear eyes. The purple robe around his body suddenly fluttered. With his body as the center, waves of air spread out. At the same time, a loud roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry came from his mouth. Ao! At this moment, the ground in the peace square rumbled. The space trembled violently. Tyrannical surges surged and the space became chaotic. In the blurry vision, only a few people could see that Du Xiaofu's hand seals were changing. The mysterious runes on the talisman pulsed and turned into countless handprints at lightning speed. In the end, they condensed into a single handprint, buzz. A low hum like the sound of Sanskrit came from the handprint. It was accompanied by the mysterious runes that cut across the sky. In a flash, it violently collided with Qi Yixi's handprint attack. Rumble! Such a collision did not have the great collision of energy that everyone had imagined, nor did it have the muffled sound of thunder. Even the space had suddenly become silent. In the surroundings where the two handprints had collided, there were also no terrifying energy ripples that suddenly swept out like stormy wave. There was only a huge spatial energy whirlpool in the center of the energy storm. All the energy was silently devoured by the spatial energy whirlpool. The spatial energy whirlpool seemed to be able to devour everything. It made people's scalps tingle and their hair stand on end. Everything happened extremely quickly. The spatial whirlpool devoured all the energy. In the end, it quickly dissipated under the shocked gazes of many people. Du Xiaofu's and Qi Yixi's palms collided. Chi. It was a slight collision, but a terrifying holy rune and a domineering golden rune suddenly erupted. The crowd then saw the two figures fly away. Qi Yixi's delicate body was blasted back, and she only managed to stabilize her body after retreating more than 100 feet. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu's body directly fell into the messy ground, causing the ground to tremble. Cracks spread out and dust flew into the air. Chapter 399. What a powerful Qi Yixi! Everyone's eyes trembled in shock as they stared at the slender figure in the air. No one had expected Qi Yixi's strength to have reached such a level. She was so powerful. After more than 3 years of silence, who would have thought that the goddess-like figure in the air was the true ruler? Is Du Xiaofu still lacking in terms of cultivation level after all? In the elders' seats, many of the elders were also sighing in shock. Even many of the elders would find it difficult to deal with such a powerful attack. Qi Yixi is about the same age as him. That Du Xiaofu is not invincible after all. In a corner of the square, Du Qi's handsome face was filled with a cold sneer and disdain. His pair of clear eyes were so gentle that they seemed like they were about to drip water. Du Yunxin did not say anything. Her watery eyes were fixed on the square. He won't be defeated, right? At the edge of the square, Ghost Child's handsome face was filled with surprise. The general frowned as he stared intently at the dust-filled arena. Then, he faintly said, "Don't you guys have too little confidence in that ferocious fellow? I have a feeling that that ferocious fellow won't be defeated so easily." In the air, Qi Yixi steadied her slender body and looked at the dusty ground. Suddenly, her bright eyes rippled and a slender yet tall figure gradually walked out from within the dust cloud. Under the gazes of the crowd in the square, when the purple-robed figure appeared, the temperature of the entire square also became scorching hot. All the supporters who had been on tenterhooks for Du Xiaofu just now, when they saw the purple-robed figure standing up again, a shocking uproar broke out again. He really hasn't been defeated. Seeing the purple-robed figure, shock flashed across the faces of Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Yi Feiyu and the others. When Du Qi saw the purple-robed figure walk out once again, the sneer and disdain on his face froze. Du Xiaofu slowly walked out. He seemed to be in a sorry state, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly to look at Qi Yixi in the air, his clear eyes rippling. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he slowly untied the purple cloth on his shoulder and held the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand. What is that fellow trying to do? Is he going to use the mysterious sword on his back? All eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. They were puzzled by Du Xiaofu's actions. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and stabbed the purple-gold heavenly fault, which was wrapped in purple cloth, into the ground. Boom! When the purple-gold heavenly tower landed, the ground trembled and a large number of small cracks spread out. Peepa peepa! Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and twisted his body. Cracking sounds could be heard from his joints. Without the restraint of the purple-gold heavenly fault, Du Xiaofu felt that his body was as light as a swallow, and his entire body was filled with an indescribable sense of pleasure. It's much easier now. Let's continue. After muttering to himself, Du Xiaofu soared into the air, wrapped in a faint golden profound qi, and his eyes gradually surged with a golden light. As he stepped into the air, the surrounding space faintly distorted. Why did his aura suddenly become so strong? Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was no longer bound by the broadsword on his back, the surroundings were silent. Although all the students and elders did not know what had happened, everyone could feel that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was not just a little bit stronger. That broadsword, could it be that it weighs millions of kilograms? That little fellow has been carrying it on his back all this time? On the elders' seats, the great elder's aged face rippled, as if he had seen through some clues. If that broadsword weighed millions of kilograms and was always carried on his back, how terrifying would that be? It does seem a little special. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was once again standing in the air with an increased aura, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others were all surprised. I didn't expect you to be even fiercer than I imagined. Is this your strongest state? Qi Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu, her bright eyes rippling with curiosity. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's pale face. He slowly raised his head and looked at the seemingly harmless, intelligent, and pure Qi Yeshi and said, "You'll know once you try." "Then I'll try again." Qi Yeshi smiled tenderly. Her figure was like a ghost, and her agility was not inferior to Du Xiaofu's carefree steps at all. Before she finished speaking, she instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. She pushed out her delicate palm, and a palm print immediately fell on Du Xiaofu's chest. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded as they looked at this sudden scene. They only saw the terrifying palm print fall and the energy erupting. Du Xiaofu simply had no time to dodge. Qi Yeshi's speed was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Bang! With a dull sound, the palm print fell, and the rune energy poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. Everyone once again gasped for Du Xiaofu. Could it be that Du Xiaofu, who had just stood up again, was going to be defeated again? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Suddenly Du Xiaofu shouted. Just as everyone gasped, they saw Du Xiaofu forcibly resist Qi Yeshi's palm. He did not dodge at all. Then, like a flash of lightning, his hand was like a cattail leaf fan. Layers of golden runes flickered, forming an arc-shaped golden crack in space. It was like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. In an instant, it fiercely slapped Qi Yeshi's body with a force that could crush everything. Buzz buzz. A terrifying aura was released, and it was incomparably domineering. The golden runes burst forth as if they could suppress everything. The space buzzed with wind and thunder, and a storm swept through the square. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qi Yeshi's slender body was instantly smashed off the square by Du Xiaofu's single hand. She landed heavily on the ground. Boom! The entire square shook violently, and cracks continued to spread into the distance. Everything was like a hot knife through butter. The square was already in a mess. Gravel, stone slabs, and dust were swept up together like a tornado. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Could Qi Yeshi's slender body withstand Du Xiaofu's terrifying attack? Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's body flew back, and he only managed to stabilize himself after more than 30 meters. Qi Yeshi's attack was also extremely shocking. When he finally stabilized himself, he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. One palm for another. This kid is too fierce. In the elders' seats, all the elders, including the first elder, second elder, and third elder, were shocked. No one had expected that Du Xiaofu would choose the most efficient way to counter Qi Yeshi's terrifying attack. One palm for another. This was simply a suicidal way of fighting. Unless one had absolute confidence in one's physical body, no one would dare to do so. Dust flew up from below, but Du Xiaofu's expression was slightly serious. He knew that Qi Yeshi's slender body was definitely not something that he could easily defeat. Sure enough, as Du Xiaofu focused, a blurry figure gradually walked out from the dust on the square. Her body was wrapped in a faint fluorescent light. As the figure became clearer and clearer, it completely appeared in front of everyone. It was Qi Yeshi, who had just been smashed into the square. However, Qi Yeshi was a little different from before. Her body was wrapped in a layer of fluorescent light, as if she was covered in a layer of mysterious light. Her crafty eyes were covered in layers of star-like spiritual light, and her entire temperament was different. Looking at Qi Yeshi, it was not difficult for everyone to see that there were some bloodstains on her red lip. It seemed that she had definitely suffered a loss at Du Xiaofu's hands. Qi Yeshi slowly leaped into the air again. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and her skin was sparkling and lustrous. She was otherworldly, like a fairy. "You've gone too far. You actually hit me?" In the air, Qi Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, and her slender and tall body was wrapped in a mysterious radiance. She looked incomparably alluring. "You hit me. Why can't I hit you?" Du Xiaofu glanced at Qi Yeshi in confusion. He couldn't possibly be beaten without being able to fight back. However, at this moment, looking at Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaofu was even more confused. Sensing the aura on Qi Yeshi's body, he didn't know why, but there seemed to be a familiar feeling in his body. It was as if something in the depths of his body was being attracted, faintly stirred, and began to awaken. There was a feeling of eagerness, but this feeling disappeared immediately. "Then I won't hold back." It was obvious that Qi Yeshi had lost her temper. No one had dared to hit her since she was a child, and everyone cared about her. As soon as her voice fell, her figure pounced directly at Du Xiaofu again. Boom! Qi Yeshi attacked and began to explode. The space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. She directly slapped at Du Xiaofu, and the palm prints bloomed all over the sky, like stars falling from the night sky. It was shocking. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu also moved. A pair of wings condensed from pale golden runes flapped out from his back, accompanied by a domineering and fierce aura that swept out. He soared into the sky like a rock and collided with Qi Yeshi. Rumble! Almost in the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows, and the space trembled endlessly. Chapter 400. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Qi Yeshi was like a goddess of stars and moon in the starry sky. Every move she made suppressed the sky, beautiful yet violent, breathtaking. Du Xiaofu was like a great rock that occupied the heavens, ferocious and intimidating, domineering and terrifying. He was invincible among his peers. So powerful! Is this their true strength? The crowd below was shocked. The battle between the two made the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child and the others sigh. They were truly no match for such strength. Regarding the two people fighting now, the rise of two dark horses, some people originally thought that it might be a coincidence, that they were lucky enough to enter the top two. But at this moment they truly understood that the strength of these two people was enough to sweep away all the experts on the martial roll. Even the general, Gu Xinyan and the others would have to retreat. Bang bang bang. The two people in the air kept colliding, creating terrifying waves of air that shook the entire space. Without the restriction of the purple-gold heavenly tower, Du Xiaofu also had the speed of the rock descending to the ninth heaven. Together with the wave-like carefree steps, the combination of the two reached a new level in terms of power and speed. Every move he made could sweep away an area, revealing an invincible aura. Qi Yeshi's entire body exuded a mysterious aura. The resplendent aura of the stars and moon spread out, actually able to directly resist Du Xiaofu's indiscriminate attacks and even suppress Du Xiaofu. This was also the first time Du Xiaofu felt that even the aura of the golden-winged rock within his body could be suppressed. If they were at the same level of cultivation, Du Xiaofu felt that he would definitely not be afraid of Qi Yeshi. But in a situation where their cultivation levels were lower, he was continuously suppressed. Du Xiaofu wanted to find an opportunity to directly resist Qi Yeshi with the strength of his physical body. Although the rock descending to the ninth heaven had increased his speed considerably, it was still difficult to do so with Qi Yeshi on guard. Qi Yeshi kept pulling away, not giving Du Xiaofu any chance to do so. However, in the face of Du Xiaofu's ferociousness, Qi Yeshi was unable to stop him, and it was extremely inconvenient. "Big brother, things don't look good. That Qi Yeshi is very powerful." Du Xiaoqing's innocent eyes flashed with worry for the first time. Qi Yeshi's aura is very strange. It seems to be suppressed, but it's still very strong. If Du Xiaofu could fight at the same level, he shouldn't be afraid. It's just that there's a huge gap between their cultivation levels, so he'll be at a disadvantage, Du Xiaoyao said in a low voice with interest. Bang! Due to the difference in their cultivation levels, Du Xiaofu was finally suppressed once again. Qi Yeshi's palm landed on his shoulder, causing his body to fall from the air and crash onto the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Qi La, in just a short moment, Du Xiaofu's figure flapped his wings and swept out, rushing towards Qi Yeshi with a violent force. The two of them exchanged blows again, and terrifying runes exploded in the air. Rumbling sounds were endless, and the intensity was shocking. It had already caused many elders to sigh inwardly. With the strength that the two of them had unleashed, they probably wouldn't dare to casually come into contact with them. Du Xiaofu was still ferocious and violent. His every move contained a mysterious and powerful martial skill. The general momentum had been formed, and there were no fancy technique. It was simple, but it was fierce and domineering. Qi Yeshi was still unpredictable, like a starry sky goddess. Many of her comprehension and martial skills were extraordinary and endless. Where did Qi Yeshi come from? Many of her comprehension and martial skills aren't at such a high level even in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. The first elder also exclaimed at this time, feeling more and more that Qi Yeshi was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu is also fierce, like a ferocious beast. What kind of martial skill does he cultivate to be so domineering and fierce? The second elder exclaimed. The third elder was moved and said, Du Xiaofu's martial skill seems to have the aura of the Beast Emperor. It's too terrifying and fierce. The fierce collision continued in the sky. Both of them erupted with a terrifying power that suppressed everything. They were both domineering and peerless, enough to look down on their peers. At this moment, the battle between these two people was enough to represent the pinnacle of the younger generation. It made people suck in a breath of cold air. The strength of these two 16 or 17 years old boys and girls was actually so powerful to such an abnormal extent. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Bang! Du Xiaofu was once again suppressed in terms of cultivation level, and he was blasted out of the square, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. Continue! Amidst the dust, Du Xiaofu continued to rush out. Faint golden qi surged, and a terrifying and domineering aura instantly erupted. Accompanied by his body that soared into the sky, a fist print directly charged towards Qi Yeshi with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! The spiritual brilliance in Qi Yeshi's eyes fluctuated. Her slender hand changed, and she immediately met the attack with her palm. Everything happened as fast as lightning. As a deep sonic boom was heard, Du Xiaofu's body staggered back a few steps, and then the two of them exchanged blows again. In the air, the fighting spirit of the two of them seemed to have been completely aroused. The rolling fighting spirit suddenly erupted at this moment, causing the runic energy in the air to boil. Boom! The two figures collided like meteorites. The entire space trembled, and a deep sound of collision resounded. Bang! After a while, Du Xiaofu's body was blasted out of the square again, and the ground shook and the mountains shook again. Du Xiaofu is finally unable to resist. Qi Yeshi is trampling on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu is still unable to resist the suppression of cultivation level. The elders in the elders' seats exclaimed in surprise as they discussed the battle in the surroundings. They were naturally able to tell that Du Xiaofu was ultimately unable to contend against Qi Yi under the suppression of their cultivation levels. On the square, Du Xiaofu stood up again, his faint golden eyes looking at Qi Yeshi in the air. His entire body was in pain, and his internal organs were in turmoil. Qi Yeshi's strength was definitely the strongest among those of the same generation that he had encountered so far. In terms of age, she was a true peer. Surrender, you've lost. A smile finally appeared on Qi Yeshi's face. After using all her strength, she had finally suppressed that ferocious guy. After being trampled on repeatedly, she had finally gotten her revenge. This can't go on, Du Xiaofu pondered. From the looks of it, he could only unleash his greatest advantage to suppress Qi Yeshi. After so many rounds of fighting, he was already exhausted and on the brink of exhaustion. He didn't have much strength left and had to defeat Qi Yeshi as soon as possible. Let's continue. Du Xiaofu made up his mind. The runic wings on his back flapped, and he once again soared into the air and pounced on Qi Yeshi. A fist print soared into the sky, accompanied by endless sonic booms. You're still coming? Then I'll continue to trample on you. Qi Yeshi pouted. The radiance around her body fluctuated, and her delicate figure soared into the sky. Her palm print met the fist print, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. Whoosh! Just as Du Xiaofu's fist print and Qi Yeshi's palm print were about to collide, Du Xiaofu suddenly gritted his teeth, and his fist dissipated in an instant. Although Qi Yeshi was well prepared, she still forcibly took on Qi Yeshi's palm print with her body. Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood, which also sprayed on Qi Yeshi's face. This guy is doing it again. Qi Yeshi's expression changed drastically. She did not care about the blood on her face that was stained by Du Xiaofu's spray, and quickly retreated. Too late. But in a flash, Du Xiaofu did not delay. His body was wrapped in golden light, and his arms trembled slightly. Like a rock spreading its wings, he instantly hugged Qi Yeshi. His arms, which were like a rock spreading its wings, also collapsed on Qi Yeshi's slender waist, not allowing her to struggle. For some reason, Qi Yeshi's body trembled when Du Xiaofu suddenly hugged her waist tightly. Her eyes also glazed over. Perhaps at the last moment, Qi Yeshi still had a chance to break free, but in that moment of daze, Du Xiaofu held her tightly. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu had just taken a blow from Qi Yeshi, and under the huge impact, he was once again slammed into the ground of the plaza. Qi Yeshi's delicate body was not spared either. She was also slammed into the plaza by Du Xiaofu, and the plaza collapsed. Dust and gravel were blown into the air, and the ground cracked. The bluestone floor exploded and turned into fine powder. This scene made everyone look at each other in dismay, and they were all dumbfounded. In the middle of the shattered ground of the plaza, Du Xiaofu's body was tightly pressed against Qi Yeshi's body, and the corners of his mouth curled into a fierce smile. Let go of me. In the mess of the ground, Qi Yeshi finally came to her senses as she looked at the face that was right in front of her. She immediately screamed and struggled with all her might. Her hands could still move, and she kept slapping Du Xiaofu's back. Du Xiaofu's body was tightly pressed against Qi Yeshi, and the impact on his back caused him to spit out blood. Pring descends to the 9 heavens, suppress. At the same time, The golden rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped, and golden rays of light filled the sky, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Ping clan. It was as if 2 extra arms had appeared, and they tightly wrapped around Qi Yeshi's arms. It was powerful and domineering. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a real Ping descending, and his domineering and terrifying aura filled the sky. He swept his wings and suppressed Qi Yeshi. Qi Yeshi's eyes trembled when she felt such a ferocious and domineering aura. She struggled with all her might, and a mysterious energy erupted from her body. On the surface of her body, there seemed to be a large number of mysterious runes that resembled stars and moons surging, trying to break free from Du Xiaofu's restraint. The terrifying energy eruption made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to suppress it. Today's update is complete. Chapter 401. Just as Peng Lin Jiutian found it difficult to suppress Qi Yishi, dazzling talisman inscriptions suddenly flashed behind Du Xiaofu's back. A domineering aura suddenly surged out from Du Xiaofu's body, shaking the sky. In an instant, an illusory image formed by 5 mountain peaks appeared. Buzz buzz! As the illusory image of the 5-finger mountains appeared, it seemed as though it had been given life. The sound of wind and thunder, dense spiritual energy spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. A terrifying might spread out. Pulse spirit suppression. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. The illusory image of the 5 mountain peaks behind him expanded as though it had materialized. An oppressive aura surged out, and the talisman inscriptions in the sky flickered, directly suppressing Qi Yishi. Walala! The energy in the surrounding space rippled, as though it was trying to open up space. The terrifying aura made it difficult for the countless spectators to breathe, and the profound energy in their bodies was also blocked. The moment the pulse spirit of the 5-finger mountains appeared, the first elder, second elder, and third elder seemed to have thought of something at the same time. The 3 of them couldn't help but stand up, their eyes filled with shock. Pulse spirit of the 5-finger mountains. How could this little fellow have such a pulse spirit? Could it be? An outstanding talent has appeared in our Tianwu Academy. The 3 Inner Institute elders looked at each other in astonishment. In the end, an absolute smile blossomed on their aged faces. Walala! The illusory image of the mountain peaks enveloped Du Xiaofu, and Qi Yishi was also suppressed. The talisman inscriptions soared into the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder. It was as though 5 real mountains had fallen, and Qi Yishi was once again unable to struggle. She was tightly held in Du Xiaofu's embrace. Qi Yishi looked at Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit. At this moment she seemed to have sensed something, and her face was filled with shock. However, she quickly recovered from her shock. Suddenly, Qi Yishi's delicate body, which was being suppressed by Du Xiaofu, trembled. The talisman inscriptions on the surface of her body were like the twinkling stars in the starry sky. It was vast and indescribably mysterious. Accompanied by an extremely vast and ancient aura, a terrifying aura spread out from her body like a storm. Walala! The talisman inscriptions on the surface of Qi Yishi's body soared into the sky, and stopped Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit of the mountain pulse spirit. The talisman inscriptions bloomed in the sky, as though countless stars in the starry sky's pulse spirit were. Was the energy Tu Zhuang's spirit in the sky. The talisman inscriptions on Qi Yishi's body were definitely very powerful. At this moment, they were able to resist the mountain pulse spirit, as though they were about to overturn it. However, the mountain pulse spirit's aura was domineering and suppressing. It seemed to be affected by the talisman inscriptions on Qi Yishi's body. The golden talisman inscriptions on the mountain phantom burst forth, and its aura surged. It was as though it could crush everything in the world and crush Qi Yishi. Star curtain. Qi Yishi's bright eyes were like stars at this moment. The talisman inscriptions on her body burst forth, as though countless stars in the galaxy were revolving. Once again, she resisted the suppression of Du Xiaofu's mountain pulse spirit. The terrifying aura surged in the sky. Many people, who were watching from afar, felt their qi freeze. Their souls trembled, and they felt as though they were about to be crushed. Under this terrifying aura, many people knew that if they were to come into contact with it, they would definitely be crushed into pieces in the battle between Qi Yishi and Du Xiaofu. Where did Qi Yishi come from? The aura on her body is so mysterious and powerful. The eyes of the first elder, second elder, and third elder trembled. With their eyesight, how could they not see the terrifying aura on Qi Yishi's body? At this moment, Du Xiaofu had activated the mountain pulse spirit's suppression. Even a cultivator at the martial marquis realm would find it difficult to escape. However, Qi Yishi showed signs of wanting to break free again. The talisman inscriptions on her body were as vast as the starry sky. Even they could not see the origin of the talisman inscriptions, but it was definitely not something that an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, to the others, it was even more shocking. The terrifying aura spread out, and most of the students in the square were blocked by the Qi Yishi's aura. They trembled under the terrifying aura. So, this is their true strength. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others all had bitter smiles on their faces. At this moment, they finally understood that their defeat was not a coincidence, nor was it luck. It was the true difference between their strength and theirs. There were some gaps that could never be overcome. This guy's comprehension is not weak, but it's still not enough. Otherwise, he would have been able to completely suppress Qi Yishi. Du Xiaoyao also suddenly became nervous. She coiled her head on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, her pale golden spirit eyes fixed on the square. She muttered softly, "Qi Yishi's origin is very strange. It seems like she's hiding something, making it difficult for others to see her origin. Otherwise, I would have been able to recognize her." At this moment, the square was silent except for the energy struggle in the square. Everyone was holding their breaths as they waited. In the crowd, Du Xiaoman, Ouying Shuang, Bing Na, and the others froze. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, Tu Tong, Han Chao, and the others all clenched their fists as their eyes trembled. Buzz buzz! Above the square, wind and thunder rumbled as auras swept out. Du Xiaofu and Qi Yishi were still in a stalemate. Neither could completely defeat the other, but Du Xiaofu still hugged Qi Yishi tightly in his arms. However, as time passed, the result of this stalemate was that Du Xiaofu was gradually going to be pushed away. Du Xiaofu's aura became weaker and weaker. In the round after round, and in addition to the fact that his cultivation level was much lower than Qi Yishi's, the profound qi in his God's Gate could no longer support the activation of his meridian spirit. His aura became weaker and weaker. Qi Yishi knew Du Xiaofu's weakness. She could not move and was tightly hugged. However, on the surface of her body, there was a final layer of mysterious runes and a light shield that resisted Du Xiaofu's suppression. As Du Xiaofu's aura weakened, the mysterious runes on the surface of Qi Yishi's body flickered and attacked. The mysterious runes were like blades, sword radiance, and the light of dawn. They constantly corroded the illusory mountain peak, trying to destroy it and crack it. Du Xiaofu suppressed it with all his might. His expression was fierce, but there was nothing he could do. The profound qi in his body was insufficient, and his aura was greatly reduced. The illusory image of his upper meridian spirit also began to crack. Is Du Xiaofu going to lose? After all, there is a huge difference in their cultivation levels. No matter who wins, it is enough to prove that both of them have the strength to fight for the top 2 spots on the martial roll. What a powerful and terrifying duo. They are both so young, but they are so terrifying. From now on, the top 2 spots on the martial roll will truly change hands. If Du Xiaofu is also a martial marquis, he might be able to counterattack. Both of them are about the same age, but Qi Yishi is already a martial marquis. This is also her strength. she does not have much of an advantage over Du Xiaofu. In short, both of them are terrifying and fierce. Just as Du Xiaofu was finding it harder and harder to hold on, the surrounding people in the square held their breaths and waited. Shocked discussions were once again heard. Finally, Du Xiaofu could no longer hold on. The illusory image of his mountain meridian spirit cracked from the impact. Finally, the illusory image of his mountain meridian spirit turned into a large number of runes and shattered under everyone's trembling gazes. Du Xiaofu spat out blood again, and a lot of it sprayed onto Qi Yixi's face. His face was as pale as ash, and the rune golden wings on his body gradually cracked. He could no longer suppress Qi Yixi. Crash! At this moment, Du Xiaofu was no longer able to continue. His aura was weak, and he had no more profound qi left in his body. Du Xiaofu has lost in the end. Everyone sighed and felt a little regretful. However, at this moment, who would still think that Du Xiaofu was not enough? They were deeply shocked by the confrontation between the two. These two little guys are too powerful. The three Inner Institute elders also sighed at this moment. Their old faces were filled with astonishment. Break! Qi Yixi's face was pale. With a delicate shout, the runes on the surface of her body bloomed and surged. The impact made Du Xiaofu's arms feel as if they were about to break. Under the huge impact, Du Xiaofu was dizzy and could no longer resist. Chapter 402. Without the support of his profound energy, his pure physical strength was no match for the current Qi Yixi. Du Xiaofu's hands were powerless, and Qi Yixi was about to break free. The impact of the tremendous force made him dizzy, and his entire body felt like it was about to shatter. In particular, the mysterious runes on Qi Yixi's body continued to attack Du Xiaofu's body like blades, swords, and the light of dawn, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu to shreds. The vast, mysterious, and ancient aura did not allow Du Xiaofu to invade it in the slightest. Suddenly, as if stimulated by the mysterious runes on Qi Yixi's body, something mysterious seemed to leap out from within Du Xiaofu's body at the last moment, just as he was about to faint. Du Xiaofu felt as if there was something mysterious in his body that had been hibernating all this time. However, at this moment it was suddenly awakened because of its influence, causing piercing pain all over his body. He could not help but cry out in pain. ZZZT. At the same time, along with a loud shout, a mysterious light suddenly began to bloom from within Du Xiaofu's body. Rays of mysterious light leaped out. These rays of light seemed somewhat turbid and dim. However, these mysterious rays of light were tightly connected to his meridians and blood vessels. When these mysterious rays of light finally intersected and gathered together, a terrifying power spread out, turning into a net of light that directly covered Du Xiaofu. It also covered Qi Yixi, who was under Du Xiaofu's body. What's going on? Why is the pressure so strong? At this moment, looking at Du Xiaofu, who was enveloped by the mysterious net of light, an ancient pressure spread out from the net of light, causing everyone in the square to tremble all over. They could not help but prostrate themselves, as if they were facing a king that could not be defied. Heavens, this is, on the elders' seats, the gazes of the three Inner Academy elders changed abruptly once again. Staring at the mysterious net of light around Du Xiaofu, the first elder's eyes trembled as he murmured, "Martial Vane's spiritual seal, could this be the legendary Martial Vane's spiritual seal? Spiritual imprints, this guy's spiritual imprints can actually form spiritual imprints. Could it be that he's one of those guys? But the Du clan isn't among them." Surrounded by the mysterious net of light, Qi Yixi's eyes became truly shocked. She wanted to break free from the mysterious net of light, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. The more Qi Yixi's vast talisman runes struggled, the more it seemed to be challenging the authority of the mysterious light net around Du Xiaofu. That kind of authority could not be challenged. The mysterious net of light grew tighter and tighter, and the rays of light were like steel wires, as if they wanted to cut Qi Yixi's mysterious light net into pieces. The mysterious rays of light were about to strangle Qi Yishi's delicate body, and a magnificent and desolate aura spread out, as if the authority could not be challenged. This sky has a hidden martial vein, and this martial vein is awakening on its own. Who is this guy? Is he really from one of those clans? But his aura doesn't seem like it. Qi Yishi became more and more shocked. The starlight on her body erupted, and the mysterious runes appeared, but they gradually shrank back. She was tightly trapped and mercilessly suppressed by Du Xiaofu's mysterious net of light. Under the influence and stimulation of the mysterious runes on Qi Yishi's body, the mysterious net of light on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body grew brighter and brighter, as if it had been given life. Something began to accelerate its awakening, and a will wanted to awaken. I admit defeat. Let go of me, I don't want to fight with you anymore. It's just a weapon, you don't have to fight so hard. Qi Yishi sensed that the mysterious net of light on Du Xiaofu's body seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. She immediately shouted loudly. Du Xiaofu was simply fighting with his life on the line. She stopped fighting, and the mysterious runes on her body began to withdraw. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in a daze. He vaguely heard Qi Yishi's voice of admitting defeat, and finally, his will began to relax, and the mysterious net of light on his body also gradually withdrew. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had long lost all his strength. His arms finally let go of Qi Yishi, but his sturdy body directly pressed down on Qi Yishi's delicate body. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu could faintly feel Qi Yishi's delicate body go soft, and a faint orchid fragrance entered his nose. However, Du Xiaofu didn't have the strength to sniff more, and directly fainted. His lips just happened to be pressed against Qi Yishi's delicate red lip. At this last moment, Qi Yishi was once again stunned. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten to struggle, and her mind went blank. When she was at home, her status was extraordinary, and she was the youngest, so she was especially doted on. Who dared to be disrespectful to her? Who dared to blaspheme her? If anyone dared to be disrespectful to her, those brothers, sisters, and elders in the family who doted on her would definitely tear those who dared to be disrespectful to her alive. But today, this guy not only hugged her, but also laid on her body and finally kissed her lip. Only the heavens knew that this was her first kiss. If her brothers and sisters found out about this, and if the other family members found out, she would be laughed at, and most likely be torn to pieces. Dusk finally arrived, and the sun slowly penetrated the thin layer of clouds, turning into a red ball. The surrounding red clouds spread in all directions, covering half the sky, and gradually faded layer by layer until it became a grayish-white color. The Sky Martial Assembly that countless powers and empires were paying attention to lasted from early morning to late evening. The results of each battle were unexpected, and in the end, it ended when Qi Yishi took the initiative to admit defeat. Because of Qi Yishi's admission of defeat, although Du Xiaofu fainted in the end, he was still the final victor. As for Qi Yishi, no one dared to be disrespectful or look down on her. Du Xiaofu's terrifying suppression at the end was something that no one in the entire academy could resist except for Qi Yishi. After Du Xiaofu fainted, the 3 inner court elders personally checked on him, an elder he who also announced the news of Du Xiaofu's victory. Around the square, the academy recovered from their shock, and then the new students and write-in students erupted into wild and enthusiastic cheers. Du Xiaofu undoubtedly represented the new students and write-in students. Now that Du Xiaofu had won, all the new students and write-in students could hold their heads high in the academy from now on. Elder He Hu, this time the Martial Arts Institute was slightly worse. In the elders' seats, Elder Sun Biue glanced at Elder He Hu at an inappropriate time to take revenge for the Talisman Institute that day. Actually, everyone can see that Du Xiaofu's cultivation in martial arts is stronger than that of a talisman master. Elder He Hu smiled embarrassedly. That means that martial artists' weapons and pills are all refined by a talisman master. Elder Sun Bue glared at Elder He Who without any trace of politeness. This Elder He Who was stunned, and suddenly couldn't say anything. Night fell, and a crescent moon quietly hung in the sky. Moonlight shone down on the earth, and the stars in the Milky Way shone brightly. In the entire academy, all the students were still discussing the competition today. Qi Yeshi and Du Xiaofu's duels were discussed enthusiastically by all the students, especially the final duel between Du Xiaofu and Qi Yeshi. The tug-of-war and unforeseen circumstances that led to Du Xiaofu's victory left everyone deeply shocked. The strength of the two of them had already far surpassed their peers, and it made people yearn and revere them. In the dark night, Du Xiaofu's name was on the huge martial ranking at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. Golden light enveloped Tianwu Academy. However, not far away, Du Xiaofu's name was still on the bounty ranking. It was unknown if the elders had forgotten to change it. It could be said that Du Xiaofu was on both the martial ranking and the bounty ranking at the same time. The night was dark, and it was as quiet as still water. The sky was dotted with twinkling stars, and it was as though the Milky Way was laid down on the azure sky. Within Tianwu Academy, the earth gradually fell into a deep slumber. An ancient aura permeated the air, and it was silent. On a towering mountain peak, in front of a peaceful courtyard, ancient trees swayed, and a beautiful figure stood there. She was around 16 to 17 years old, and her waist was wrapped in a light green dress. The night breeze blew, and 2 strands of black hair by the side of the young lady's cheeks brushed against her face, adding to her allure. She gazed at the brilliant starry sky, and a spiritual glow flickered in her eyes. Following which, she rubbed her hands against her face, and in an instant, a layer of faint light surged. Following which, a piece of transparent skin appeared in her hands, as though a mask. Her youthful face changed into a different appearance. This was another face. Her eyebrows were curved, and her appearance was otherworldly. Her beautiful black hair flowed down her back, forming a beautiful arc around her slender waist. Only her eyes were as bright as before, and her light green dress fluttered in the night breeze, accentuating her slender and tall figure. She was like a green lotus, pure and untainted, yet seductive at the same time. She stood there quietly, and if any other peerless beauty were to stand before her, they would immediately pale in comparison. It was as though a true immortal had descended upon the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. The young lady pouted as she gazed at the starry sky and muttered, "Stinky old man, I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Why did you have to seal my meridian spirit and martial vein? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been taken advantage of by that fellow." As soon as she finished speaking, the young lady's slender fingers caressed her lips. Her cheeks were flushed, and her dimples were faintly discernible, adding to her cuteness. She muttered softly, "It's fine. My family won't find out anyway, so they won't laugh at me. Are you all here?" When Du Xiaofu woke up, he opened his eyes slightly and instantly saw Ouyang Shuang and his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, before him. Chapter 403. If he doesn't wake up soon, we'll really be worried. Seeing Du Xiaofu wake up, Du Xiaoman's brows finally relaxed. She immediately helped Du Xiaofu up from the bed. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream, and her lips were like cherry petals. She said softly, "The inner court elders have already examined you. They say you're fine, just exhausted too much energy. It's not a big problem. And I was fine in the first place." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Supported by his big sister, he glanced sideways at the room. He had returned to the weapons department's courtyard. He did not know who had brought him back. "Right, where's my sword?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression immediately changed. "What are you so nervous for? I brought it back for you. Just what is inside? Why is it so heavy? I almost couldn't get it back even with all my strength." Ouyang Shuang indicated for Du Xiaofu to look at the bed. Only when she had helped Du Xiaofu put away the sword did she discover that the item wrapped tightly in the purple cloth was as heavy as 1,000 jin. It was difficult to pull it out. She really did not know how this fellow could have withstood it by carrying it on his back all day long. Du Xiaofu looked at the purple gold heavenly tower beside the bed, and only then did he relax, letting out a sigh of relief. "Big brother, are you awake?" "Junior brother Du, it's good that you're fine." Immediately after, the voices of Du Xiaoqing and Han Chao came from outside the door, and then several figures walked into the room. It was Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Han Chao, Tu Tong, and Bing Na. They all looked at Du Xiaofu with concern. Seeing Du Xiaofu wake up, they all let out sighs of relief. After that, from the words of the crowd, Du Xiaofu found out that he'd already been unconscious for 2 days, and in 5 days, the top 10 of the martial rankings would enter the Heaven Martial Talisman realm to cultivate in seclusion for half a year. "Alright, let's all go out and let this guy meditate and recover." A moment later, Du Xiaoman urged everyone not to disturb Du Xiaofu anymore. Her body was covered by an orange-red loose robe. Below her slender jade-like neck, her soft breasts were like creamy white jade. Half of her body was covered. Her slender legs were curved seductively, as if they were silently enchanting. Everyone understood and immediately left. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. At this moment, he indeed needed to do some breathing exercises to recover. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the corners of Du Xiaoman's mouth curled up slightly. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she was inviting him to kiss her. Her appearance was enough to tug at the nerves of any man. She said, "Be obedient and recover. If third uncle and everyone in the family knows about your current achievements, they will definitely be pleasantly surprised. I already knew that my third brother would definitely surpass ordinary people." As her voice faded, Du Xiaoman's eyes were filled with a smile. The third brother in front of her was already as different as heaven and earth from the past. Back then, she had always believed that her third brother would definitely soar to the heavens one day. How could a true, foolish young master have such a bearing? Even when bullied, he would still maintain his arrogance. Even when bullied, he would never beg for forgiveness, nor would he bend his back. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. He only smiled slightly. Perhaps if he won this time, he would be able to take a step closer to his mother and sister. After Du Xiaoman left the room, Du Xiaofu once again carried the purple gold heavenly tower on his back. Only then did he once again sit cross-legged on the bed. After stuffing quite a few elixirs into his mouth, Du Xiaofu began to form hand seals and meditate. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. 2 days after the Tianwu meet ended, the news had already spread. In particular, there were rumors that the champion of the Tianwu meet, Du Xiaofu, had defeated Qi Yeshi, who was in the profound martial marquis realm, with his cultivation at the pulse spirit realm. The news of a genius appearing in Tianwu Academy immediately caused the expressions of countless powers to change. In a courtyard that had been around for a long time, the limestone floor was mottled and exuded an aura of vicissitude. Within the majestic hall, dragons and phoenixes were carved. Many elders and burly men with extraordinary auras were seated. I didn't expect that a genius would appear in Shi Cheng's clan. Compared to Du Tingxian, his talent is even greater. This lad is definitely not a fish in a pond. He will definitely soar to the heavens. Our Du family should express our gratitude. Absolutely not. Back then, Du Tingxian had stirred up a monstrous calamity, causing our Du clan to nearly be annihilated. Even now, the few elders are still recuperating from their injuries. This Du Xiaofu has some sort of entanglement with those enormous beings. If our Du clan is implicated, I'm afraid that we will once again be annihilated. What happened back then had a huge impact on our Du family. But now that a genius has appeared, if we don't accept him into our clan, it will be a huge loss. No matter how huge the loss is, it's still better than being destroyed. Furthermore, it's not like our Du family is lacking in talents. If it was back then, it would have been difficult for us to make a choice. But now, he isn't the only genius in our Du family. Inside the hall, many powerful cultivators were engaged in a heated discussion. A burly man with well-defined facial features didn't say much. He just listened quietly at the side. The vast and majestic hall was connected to one another, and a faint royal aura could be felt. In the hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe stood there. Even though there weren't any ripples of aura coming from his body, no one dared to look at him directly. He muttered, "I didn't expect another genius to appear in the Du family." 4 days later, early in the morning, the sun dyed the sky red. In Tianwu Academy, the mountains were painted with a layer of faint gold. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in a single courtyard in the Artifact Institute that was surrounded by a mountain and a river. His body was surrounded by a faint golden halo of light. The violent energy brought about by the many elixirs and medicinal pills that he had consumed had been refined into his own pure, profound energy. His bones, muscles, internal organs, and other organs were also absorbing the medicinal strength after the refinement to recover, allowing the injuries on his body to automatically recover during his cultivation, and his complexion began to slowly recover its rosy complexion. A moment later, as he retracted his hand's seal, the golden halo around Du Xiaofu gradually receded. Like threads of golden spiritual snake energy, they drilled into his body in a mysterious manner. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. Chi, 2 streaks of light shot out from his faint golden eyes. An ancient and domineering aura swept out from his thin and sturdy body, causing the entire room to tremble. Huff! After spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu's resolute face retracted the light in his eyes, returning to a clear and bright state. Crackle, stretching his waist, Du Xiaofu's joints made crackling sounds. At this moment, he felt that the injuries in his body and the profound energy in his God's gate had recovered to the point that there were no longer any problems. Chi! Right at this moment, a small bronze pagoda leaped out from Du Xiaofu's bosom. Its entire body was suffused with flowing light, and mysterious runes flickered. The surrounding air rippled, and a smoke-like ripple spread out from the small pagoda. In the end, it condensed into a rather transparent youth's figure. At this moment, the transparent figure looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. However, from the appearance of the figure, it was still very skinny. It was extremely skinny, as though it was all skin and bones. Its cheeks were fierce-looking, its eyebrows were inverted, and its eyes were triangular. It was one thing for this 16 or 17-year-old youth to have triangular eyes, but it also revealed a wretched gaze, causing people to feel uncomfortable no matter how they looked at it. It was simply that strangers could only use the word extremely wretched to perfectly describe and interpret this transparent youth's figure. This time, I've finally recovered quite well. I've improved quite a bit. As the youth's figure appeared, he immediately stretched his waist with a smile on his face. It was just that it was fine if he didn't smile, but when he smiled, his wretched face was even uglier than crying. However, Du Xiaofu didn't feel that this youth was embarrassing. He only felt that it was a little strange. He immediately said happily, "Brother Qin-chun, why did you go into seclusion for so long this time? Also, you seem to have grown up quite a bit." It had been a few months since his elder brother, Zhen Qin-chun, had entered seclusion in the small pagoda and returned from the dark city to obtain the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. If Zhen Qin-chun still hadn't come out after such a long time, Du Xiaofu was afraid that he would really be worried. "What do you mean by grown up? I'm already a few hundred years old. It's just that I've casually become like this because of my cultivation method. Once I recover my peak strength, I'll be able to fully recover." Zhen Qin-chun glanced at Du Xiaofu and peeked at Du Xiaofu's aura. He frowned and said, "You seem to have been beaten up by someone. What happened?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly. Du Xiaofu smiled. He naturally didn't hide anything from his elder brother, Zhen Qingchun, from the Dark City, to the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, to his master, to the venerable weapon, to the Dark Nether sect, to the King of Medicine, to the Heavenly Martial Assembly after he came back. Everything was simple. When Zhen Qingchun heard Du Xiaofu's story, his wretched face and wretched eyes kept fluctuating. You're saying that you've become the disciple of the venerable weapon and obtained the peerless divine weapon that the venerable weapon refined? Zhen Qingchun closely looked at Du Xiaofu with a face full of shock. It seemed like he had also heard of the venerable weapon's name. Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded and said, Brother Qingchun, do you also know my master, the venerable weapon? The venerable weapon who dominated the Central Plains, of course I've heard of him. He should be an expert from 1,000 years ago, the venerable weapon refiner of the Central Plains. It's a pity that I'm a few hundred years younger than him. When I dominated the world, the venerable weapon had already disappeared in the Central Plains. You're really lucky. Zhen Qingchun was shocked. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I've never heard of the Heaven Martial Talisman that can accelerate time in the Heaven Martial Talisman. Half a year is 5 years inside the Heaven Martial Talisman. It's very useful for you. It's also a great opportunity. Brother Qingchun, how's your recovery? Du Xiaofu felt that Zhen Qingchun's aura seemed to be a lot stronger than before. His illusory body was also a lot more solid. I've recovered quite well. However, I'm still far from my peak condition. Now, I'm at least able to protect myself in this area, Zhen Qingchun said with a smile. His tone was filled with the arrogance of an old man and his tone was filled with pride. Today's update is complete. Chapter 404. When Du Xiaofu came out of the room, Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao were in the courtyard, as well as Han Chao. However, Bing Na, Tu Tong, Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaoman were nowhere to be seen. Han Chao and Du Xiaoqing were talking endlessly about something. Du Xiaoqing was listening with great interest, not annoyed in the slightest. But when she saw Du Xiaofu come out, she immediately threw herself at him happily. You've recovered quite quickly. Du Xiaoqing also jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder. A moment later, he learned from Han Chao that Vice Principal Zhuge should no longer be in seclusion. Du Xiaofu immediately went to find him. In the familiar courtyard, still in the refining room, Du Xiaofu saw Vice Principal Zhuge. In front of him was a pile of refining materials, surrounded by the aura of spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons. On his savage face, his seemingly lifeless eyes were filled with shock as he murmured, worthy of being the weapon sovereign whose name shakes the central prefecture. His refining methods are vast and profound, allowing me to benefit greatly. Vice Principal. Du Xiaofu stood respectfully to one side. You've come? Seeing Du Xiaofu, Zhuge Qiangbang's eyes were still filled with shock. Rising, he looked at him for a while before saying to Du Xiaofu, I know the results of the Heaven Martial Assembly. According to the results, after you become the champion, you will naturally receive a weapon refined from my profound spirit connecting Heavenly Vine. During the half-year you enter the Heaven Martial Seal Realm, I will be refining in seclusion. By the time you come out of the Heaven Martial Seal Realm, it should be about time. Many thanks, Vice Principal. Du Xiaofu smiled happily. A weapon personally refined by Vice Principal Zhuge, and refined using the profound spirit connecting Heavenly Vine as the main material, its value and power could be imagined. You got it with your own ability. Zhuge Qiangbang rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, What weapons are you good at? Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, or whips and daggers. Do you have any special requirements? This. Du Xiaofu pondered deeply. If the heavenly palace of purple gold could successfully resolve the suppression of the murderous weapon's soul, then he would have to use it in the future. Therefore, if he used the ice blade sword, perhaps he would be more familiar with it in the future. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu made his decision and said to Zhuge Qiangbang, Vice Principal, I want a sword. I don't have any special requests. You can make it for me. In terms of refining weapons, although he had received the inheritance of his master, the venerable weapon, Du Xiaofu knew that he was still unable to compare with Vice Principal Zhuge in terms of comprehension. Therefore, he could rest assured in handing over the task to Vice Principal Zhuge. Zhuge Qiangbang slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Xiaofu. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, I know. You are domineering and fierce. Although you can defeat 10 people with brute force, there is also a saying that softness can overcome hardness. The profound spirit connecting heavenly vine's specialty is also in the aspect of dexterity. When the time comes, I will refine a more dexterous sword for you. It just so happens that I have comprehended some of the refining methods of the venerable weapon. Many thanks, Vice Principal. Du Xiaofu smiled. When he came out of the Heaven Martial Seal realm, he would be able to obtain a weapon that he could use at the moment. In the refining room, Du Xiaofu discussed the refining methods with Vice Principal Zhuge from morning to evening. Then, he did not return to the courtyard. Instead, he went directly to the valley behind the mountain to check on the situation of the king's scaled demonic tiger. The valley was silent. It was obvious that a seal had been placed. From the aura of the seal, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to feel that it was the work of that girl, Du Xiaoqing. No wonder that girl had not come to the valley to see the king's scaled demonic tiger recently. She was not careless and had placed some kind of seal. Sensing the aura of the seal, Du Xiaofu knew that the king's scaled demonic tiger was still in seclusion. He did not know when it would come out of seclusion, nor did he know whether the king's scaled demonic tiger was in the midst of evolving. Thus, he left the valley after taking a look around. Only when the sky was filled with the glow of sunset did Du Xiaofu return to his courtyard in the Weapon Institute. However, he was somewhat surprised to see Du Yunxin, who was wearing a long light blue dress, in the courtyard. A pair of watery eyes on that rosy moving face was the most attractive sight. She was chatting with Du Xiaobai in a rather familiar manner, as if they had not known each other for a long time. Brother Xiaofu. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Du Yunxin immediately stood up happily. As an influential figure among the new students, her status was equivalent to Gu Xinyan among the older students. In the academy she was extremely famous. Even in the entire Stone Dragon Empire, she had a certain amount of fame. As an influential figure in Tianwu Academy, her future achievements were naturally imaginable. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu's brows slightly twitched. Thinking back to what his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, had said, he could not help but maintain some distance from the Du household. He was unable to completely trust them. I'm here to congratulate you on becoming the champion. Congratulations, Brother Xiaofu. On Du Yunxin's rosy and moving face, there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Her voice was soft and gentle, causing Du Xiaofu to be unable to say anything. Brother, so Yunxin is also brother's little sister. Du Xiaoqing raised her head and held Du Xiaofu's arm. Yes, but it's not the same. Du Xiaofu wasn't completely clear about the situation and could only maintain some distance from the Du household. However, facing Du Yunxin, from her clear eyes, Du Xiaofu couldn't say anything. Although he maintained some distance from the Du household, at least he had a good impression of Du Yunxin. Perhaps it was just as Du Yunxin had said. Stone City's Du household and Stone Dragon Empire's Du household were originally one family, just a branch family relationship. The sunset covered the horizon, but Du Yunxin didn't have any intention of leaving. From her conversation with Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaofu guessed that Du Yunxin and Du Xiaoqing were going to sleep together tonight. The two of them were abnormally congenial, and they even held hands as they went to the mountain stream to play. Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain stream and the two young and beautiful figures illuminated by the sunset. A slight smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the courtyard, He once again saw big sister Du Xiaoman. It seems like you've recovered well. Tomorrow, you will enter the heavenly martial symbol boundary to comprehend for half a year. I also plan to return to Stone City tomorrow. Under the setting sun, her figure was graceful. Her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. Her eyes were ethereal as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Comprehend well and cultivate. You are the hope of our Du family. Big sister, when you return, send my regards to big uncle and second uncle. Tell them that I'm doing well in the academy. Also, second brother is in Orchid Mountain City. You should also go there. When the time comes, tell second brother to go back with you. Second uncle must also miss second brother." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. After that, he suddenly thought of something and withdrew a qiankuan pouch from his hand and passed it to Du Xiaoman. He said, "Bring this to big uncle. There are some things inside that can be distributed to the members of the Du family." Within the qiankuan pouch was a considerable amount of Du Xiaofu's collection. Its value was absolutely shocking to the extreme to the current Du family. "All right, I'll pass it to my father." Du Xiaoman didn't refuse. The two siblings naturally didn't need to be courteous. Her appearance was handsome, and her pitch-black eyes were clear like a stream. Under the sunset, she also emitted a tranquil aura. She patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "Third brother from back then has grown up now. Even after growing up, I'm still big sister's third brother." A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face, but his eyebrows slightly raised without leaving a trace. He secretly thought that the twin sister that he had never seen before had also grown up now. He didn't know if she would be like him, often missing the brother that she had never seen before. "Silly boy, of course you are big sister's third brother. Could it be that you are someone else's third brother?" Du Xiaoman smiled. It wasn't too devastatingly beautiful, but it still had an extraordinary beauty. There was also an indescribable allure and also an otherworldly beauty. Du Xiaofu put away the thoughts in the depths of his heart, then once again thought of another matter. He said, "Big sister, Du Yunxin of the Du household came to find me." Then Du Xiaofu roughly told big sister Du Xiaoman what Du Yunxin said. After a moment of silence, Du Xiaoman looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyebrows slightly creased, and the corners of her delicate mouth slightly raised. Her red lips slightly opened, and she said, "What she said should be correct. As far as I know, our Stone City's Du household and the Stone Dragon Empire's Du household are also related to each other." After pausing for a moment, Du Xiaoman continued to say to Du Xiaofu, "But I feel that this matter is far from that simple. This time, after I go back, I will properly understand this matter with my father. But at least before this matter is clear, you shouldn't get too close to the Du household." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded. He also felt that perhaps this matter wasn't too simple. If it was simple, then why didn't he know that the Du household and the Stone City's Du household were one family? Why didn't the other people in the family mention it? After the curtain of night fell, Du Xiaoman said a few words to Du Xiaofu before leaving. Du Xiaoqing and Du Yunxin also came back from playing in the mountain stream. Their faces were rippling with smiles. In the dark night, the distant mountains and nearby trees, the forest mounds, everything was hazy, as if covered by a layer of black veil. At the top of the mountain stream's cliff, Du Xiaofu quietly stood. The hazy moonlight illuminated his tall and slender figure. His purple robe slightly fluttered, and the hair on his temples gently swayed. "What are you thinking about?" In the small pagoda, Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure floated out and quietly stood beside Du Xiaofu. She also slightly raised her head and looked at the moonlight in the sky. "Thinking about my father, and my mother and sister whom I have never met?" Du Xiaofu softly said. "Your drunkard father's strength and innate talent are very strong." Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu, her eyes slightly moved, and said, "But I have never heard of your mother and sister. I thought you only had your father and sister to rely on." Chapter 405. Ever since I was born, an extremely powerful force forcefully separated our family. The other party is too powerful. I have to work hard in my cultivation and strive to become a true expert as soon as possible. At that time, I will find my mother and sister and make those who bullied our family pay the price. As Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. A faint chill flashed through his clear eyes. Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder lightly. When I recover to my peak state, I'll go with you. After all, I'm your big brother. Du Xiaofu turned to the side and looked at Zhen Qingchun's wretched, illusory figure. He didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. The next morning, when the earth had just awoken from the morning sun, in the solemn Tianwu Academy, the branches of an ancient tree wriggled slightly. Dozens of figures had already gathered outside the Tianwu talisman region. What a freak! He was so heavily injured but recovered faster than us. On the square, after seeing Du Xiaofu, the general, Ghost Child, Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng and the others all glared at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He saw Qi Yeshi, who was with Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei and Yi Feiyu. However, he discovered that Qi Yeshi didn't even look at him. All right, since everyone is here, let's enter the Tianwu Talisman Realm. In this half a year, the Tianwu Talisman Realm has 10 times the time. After you enter, you can only come out after half a year. This half a year is equivalent to 5 years inside the Heaven Martial Talisman Realm. Within these 5 years, except for the ranking list, the record list, and the spirit realm, everything else will be normal. You can enter the Enlightenment Realm and the Battle Realm to cultivate and comprehend as usual. Morongxi said to Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan, Qi Yeshi and the others. Understood. The 10 people nodded and their gazes were filled with anticipation. With 10 times the time difference, the benefits of entering the Heavenly Martial Talisman could be imagined. The Heavenly Martial Talisman realm was affected, and within this half a year, he could no longer use his points card to enter. After a short moment, Elder Morongxi, Sun Bue and a few other elders made their moves together. Countless talismans filled the sky and opened the Heaven Talisman realm. A hazy spatial door appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Outside the Heaven Martial Talisman realm, the 10 people who were already prepared immediately leaped into it. Walala, ripples of light spread out from the edge of the hazy space door, and an ancient and boundless aura spread out. The 10 people immediately entered it. In a short span of 1 or 2 breaths, they crossed that hazy space. The floating light was misty, as if they had passed through the void, and the 10 of them appeared in the familiar small hall of the Heavenly Martial Symbol realm. The 10 of them looked at each other and entered the comprehension realm that was filled with an ancient and boundless aura at the same time. After stepping into the comprehension realm, Du Xiaofu saw an invisible long corridor in front of him. The surrounding space was emitting multicolored light, like the blooming of a comet. It was so dazzling that it seemed as if the sky was covered in divine radiance. Du Xiaofu was already quite familiar with this place. He looked at the spatial ripples that flickered with talismans and entered the spatial ripples that revealed the illusory figures of demonic beasts. 5 years was only half a year in the outside world. Du Xiaofu was filled with anticipation. He had to become an expert as soon as possible. After the 10 of them entered the Heavenly Martial Talisman realm, the Tianwu Academy returned to normal. Students were unable to enter the Heavenly Martial Talisman realm for half a year, but there were many places in the Tianwu Academy where students could cultivate. After witnessing the battles at the pinnacle of the Tianwu competition, many students took the initiative to immerse themselves in their cultivation. They hoped that they would be able to enter the martial ranking one day, just like Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, and the general. Their radiance would resound throughout the empire. With the end of the Tianwu competition, Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others had truly become famous in the empire. After experiencing the benefits of entering the heavenly martial talisman realm for half a year, their future achievements would be limitless. Time slowly passed. Half a month later, it was said that something had happened in the Tianwu Academy. Many spiritual herbs had mysteriously disappeared from the herb fields under the seal. Even though they were lost every time, there were still quite a number of them. The elder of the medicinal garden had investigated all the disciples in the herb fields but was unable to find the culprit. This caused quite a commotion in the academy, but the spiritual herbs in the herb fields were still missing. In the end, the elder had no choice but to personally guard the herb fields. Only then did the situation improve and the herb fields returned to normal. Within the heavenly martial talisman realm, a certain space flickered with light. It was illusory and blurry, and its aura was ancient and boundless. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged within it. Faint golden light flickered around his body as his hand seals changed. Mysterious runes flickered and arranged themselves behind his back. One moment they would turn into a dazzling ball of light, and the next moment they would turn into the image of a ferocious beast. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending the profoundness of the talisman. He entered a state of selflessness like a fish diving into the sea. In the night sky, the moonlight was like a faint orange liquid. The towering peaks, cliffs, forests, and mountains were all immersed in the moonlight. The swaying treetops and the night clouds were like cotton. Everything was like a splash ink painting in the night sky. Many exquisite ancient buildings were hidden within the splash ink painting. The space was boundless as if it had existed since time immemorial. This place had existed for countless years. A lone peak stood under the moonlight, and a beautiful figure stood there. Her azure dress fluttered in the wind. She was around 16 or 17 years old, and her ink-black hair was black like ink in the night sky. The moonlight reflected a slightly translucent color, and the exquisite outline of her face revealed an extraordinary appearance. "Big brother, I don't have much time left. I'll definitely think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. At that time, I'll go look for you and father." On the young girl's extraordinary face, her ethereal eyes flickered like stars as she gazed at the night sky and muttered in a low voice. After a long time, the young girl leaped down the peak and left. The night sky was dazzling, and her azure dress fluttered in the wind. The moonlight illuminated her beautiful figure like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world. Her ink-black hair flowed behind her head, and her bearing was extraordinary like an immortal. Her imposing aura was extraordinary and proud. The dark forest was chaotic as always, but recently many bustling matters had occurred in the dark forest. Amongst them, the most bustling matter had undoubtedly come from Chaotic Demon City. In Chaos Demon City, there was a force called the World Society that rose to prominence with the momentum of sweeping through everything. In a short period of time, the mysterious World Society had gained a foothold in Chaotic Demon City. It wasn't that the factions in Chaotic Demon City weren't convinced and joined forces to suppress them. However, the suppression had just begun, and they hadn't even gotten close to the World Society's territory. In the end, a 6-star talisman master and a martial king expert from the World Society appeared. With a sweeping manner, they uprooted all the factions in Chaotic Demon City that had joined forces and destroyed them easily. Someone recognized the 6-star talisman master and martial king expert from the World Society. One of them was the medicine king Yi Wuming, who had disappeared for decades. The other was the Eagle King Gong Dao, who had also disappeared for a long time. The medicine king Yi Wuming's reputation spread far and wide. The Eagle King Gong Dao was infamous. When the news of these two people appearing in the World Society spread, it instantly caused the Dark Forest to be in an uproar. Countless factions paid attention and guessed the origin of the World Society. Unfortunately, the origin of the World Society was a mystery. No one even knew who the president of the World Society was. With the reputation of the Medicine King Yi Wuming and the Eagle King Gong Dao, There was an endless stream of people coming to join the world society. For a time, the chaotic demon city was very lively. The influence of the medicine king Wuming was even more terrifying. It could be said that the world society was rapidly rising in chaotic demon city. In an extremely short period of time, it had already occupied the dominant position in chaotic demon city. The world society's rise in chaotic demon city was naturally the four major factions in the Dark Forest. The Black Fiend sect, the Twin Hatred sect, the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the Mu Clan Fort. However, with the Medicine King Wuming and the Eagle King Gong Dao, the Black Fiend sect, the Twin Hatred sect, the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the Mu Clan Fort, the four major factions didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, the world society was only active in chaotic demon city now. The four major factions couldn't suppress it and could only watch. However, there was no doubt that the Black Fiend sect and the other three major factions had always been vigilant against the rising world society. If necessary, they would definitely have the tendency to join forces. Time passed by. Unknowingly, 5 months had already passed. 5 months. It's been 4 years in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. I wonder how strong Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, and the General are now. With their talent and the benefits of seclusion in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm, you can imagine the effect. I'm afraid their strength must have increased tremendously by now. If only we could get such benefits too. In Tianwu Academy, the students couldn't help but mention Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, the General, and the others in their discussions. After such a long time had passed, the strength of those tyrannical and terrifying fellows must have reached an even more terrifying level. The elders don't seem to be showing up much recently. I can only see if they have gone out. Maybe the elders have also gone into seclusion recently. I heard that Vice Principal Zhuge has been refining weapons for a long time. Now that it's the most crucial moment, many elders are guarding the Weapon Institute. That's why they haven't shown up yet. The spiritual weapon that Vice Principal Zhuge is refining must be for Du Xiaofu. I'm so envious. Chapter 406. Within the deep valley of the Artifact Institute, many figures sat cross-legged in the surroundings, their gazes fixed on the artifact forging room. The surrounding air emitted a faint, blazing aura. As time slowly passed, ripples of energy would appear in the air from time to time, before disappearing in the air. Within the artifact forging room, Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbong had a huge spiritual cauldron entrenched in front of him. A terrifying aura rippled in the surroundings, and within the spiritual cauldron, a large amount of pure lava could be faintly seen boiling, filled with shockingly pure ripples of energy. Within an illusory and hazy space with an ancient and boundless aura, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, his entire body wrapped in rings of golden light. Within the golden light, countless mysterious runes flickered, carrying the terrifying aura of the golden-winged Great Ping clan, enough to make all beasts tremble in fear. Numerous mysterious runes flickered, arranging themselves behind Du Xiaofu, evolving and deriving. After a while, they condensed into the figure of a golden-winged Great Ping. A terrifying aura spread, as if it was alive, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. A domineering and intimidating pressure swept out, shocking to the extreme and suppressing the world. After a while, the mysterious runes dissipated once again, evolving, arranging themselves, deriving as the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Ping circulated. Du Xiaofu also entered a wondrous state. It was as if he had completely transformed into a golden-winged Great Ping in human form, cleansing himself of all impurities. Everything was transforming. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu was immersed in it, forgetting about time as he comprehended everything. Golden light rippled around him, and Du Xiaofu's aura gradually soared invisibly. The figure of the golden-winged Great Ping condensed from the mysterious runes behind him changed unpredictably. Every time the figure of the golden-winged Great Ping condensed, it would flap its wings and soar into the sky, looking down on all living things. Afterwards, it would turn into a mysterious rune once again, repeating the cycle. Du Xiaofu didn't know how long he had been in the heavenly martial seal realm. He only knew that he had been in there for a long time. In this long time, he had comprehended all kinds of things, but it didn't seem long. He didn't feel much about the passage of time. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu was immersed in the comprehension of all kinds of beast abilities, as well as the comprehension of the pulse spirit and the mysterious move. In addition, he had a detailed understanding of the secret weapon art and saint body art that his master, the venerable weapon, had left behind. It could be said that it hadn't been long since Du Xiaofu officially started cultivating. However, at this moment, the time he spent comprehending in the heavenly martial talisman was much longer than the time he spent cultivating. With this kind of understanding, Du Xiaofu not only improved his beast energy, pulse spirit, and mysterious move, but also the holy body technique and secret weapon technique. He also had a more thorough understanding of the golden-winged rock's beast energy. Only Du Xiaofu knew how great this kind of improvement was. In these 5 years, besides comprehending, Du Xiaofu had also been cultivating. In fact, Du Xiaofu was cultivating the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan. His cultivation speed was much slower than the cultivation method of the human clan. After all, the cultivation method of the human clan was naturally the most suitable for the human clan to cultivate. Although the strength of the beast clan was at the same level and under normal conditions, they were stronger than the human clan's cultivators of the same level. However, in terms of cultivation speed, the monstrous beast's overall speed was slower than the cultivators and spirit talisman masters. It could be seen from some monstrous beasts. Some monstrous beasts that had cultivated for hundreds of years or even hundreds of years with great talent might only be in the pulsation realm and the pulse spirit realm. However, for cultivators, if they hadn't reached the pulse spirit realm before the age of 50, their talent could only be considered average. However, in terms of strength, the difference between the cultivators of the human clan and the monstrous beasts of the same level was that the cultivators of the human clan could also use talisman weapons, spirit weapons, and other external forces to contend against the monstrous beasts. Du Xiaofu cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan. This cultivation method was considered top-notch among the monstrous beasts. However, in terms of cultivation speed, Du Xiaofu was a human after all. His cultivation speed wouldn't be too fast. There were disadvantages and advantages. Du Xiaofu's normal cultivation speed wasn't fast. However, Du Xiaofu had many elixirs on him. When cultivating the golden-winged rock clan's cultivation method, he could directly consume elixirs to increase his cultivation strength. That kind of cultivation speed was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare with. While Du Xiaofu was comprehending, he didn't forget to stuff a few elixirs into his mouth from time to time. Under the refinement of the golden-winged rock clan's cultivation method, the medicinal energy within the elixirs turned into profound qi that flowed through his meridians and finally surged into the spirit watchtower. As time slowly passed, Du Xiaofu didn't enter the heavenly martial talisman realm for long. It was estimated that it should be about half a year before he broke through to the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm. Recently, Du Xiaofu seemed to have faintly touched the invisible bottleneck of the nirvana realm of the pulse spirit realm that did not exist. During this time, Du Xiaofu's progress as a spirit talisman master was also astonishing. In the vast space, time gradually passed. Du Xiaofu comprehended the golden-winged rock's beast energy and secret techniques, and his body underwent the most powerful transformation. In the space, waves of energy rippled around Du Xiaofu's body, revolving around Du Xiaofu. In the end, they poured into Du Xiaofu's body, causing the surrounding space to rumble. The mysterious runes within the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body constantly flickered. His skin glowed, as if mysterious runes could appear on every inch of his flesh and skin. The light was like a small sun that illuminated the space, as if there were bursts of auspicious clouds blooming, shaking the cave. Rumble! It was unknown how long this aura fluctuation lasted, but finally, it gradually showed signs of weakening. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was already surrounded by resplendent golden runes. From afar, it was as if a glorious sun had descended, filled with a heart-palpitating domineering and terrifying pressure. The energy fluctuation in the surrounding space became weaker and weaker. In the end, it gradually came to a stop, and finally, it slowly dissipated in the space. At the same time, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's body crackled violently, and once again condensed into the illusory figure of a golden-winged roc behind him. Screech! The illusory figure of the golden-winged roc roared, as if thunder was rumbling. The mysterious runes spat out, and its might was domineering and incomparably ferocious. Bang! At the same time, a faint muffled sound came from the spirit watchtower below Du Xiaofu's abdomen. Then, a majestic xian qi suddenly gathered in the spirit watchtower, and the aura swept out like a vast ocean. A terrifying and domineering aura spread out invisibly, domineering and ferocious, as if it could suppress everything. Walala! After a long time, all of this gradually calmed down. The illusory figure of the golden-winged roc that was condensed from the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's back once again turned into a mysterious rune that fell into his body, causing a sonorous sound to ring out from Du Xiaofu's body, and his entire body was suffused with a domineering golden light. Everything until the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body slowly disappeared, as if it had fused into his body, and there were no traces to be found. Chi. When everything finally calmed down, Du Xiaofu's eyelashes moved slightly, and then he opened his eyes. At this moment, a golden light that seemed to have materialized spread out from his eyes, as if there was a golden-winged roc that was about to spread its wings and fly out from each of his eyes. Huff! At the same time that the golden light spread out from his eyes, a mouthful of turbid air was also spat out from Du Xiaofu's mouth along his throat. His golden eyes gradually converged, and once again became clear. The nirvana realm of the pulse spirit. Feeling the changes in his body, he slowly clenched his fist. The pleasure that came from the power that had increased exponentially made Du Xiaofu's face unable to help but curve into a smile. The nirvana realm of the pulse spirit, in addition to the various comprehensions in the heavenly martial talisman realm during this period of time, as well as the progress he had made as a spiritual talisman master, the light in Du Xiaofu's eyes fluctuated, and he really had the impulse to fight against an expert head-on. Du Xiaofu really wanted to know what level his true strength had reached at this moment. At the very least, he should be able to fight and defeat a Nirvana realm cultivator in the martial lord realm head-on. Unless he met someone with talent like Qi Yishi, then he could only be an exception. Should I go to the battlefield to verify it? Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched his body. The bones in his body crackled. All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu looked around. In the space where the runes were flickering, an extremely violent energy fluctuation was suddenly emitted, and a huge impact force was spreading out outside the heavenly martial talisman realm. On the spacious square, several academy elders led by Murong Shi, Elder Shangguan, and the others stood. Their gazes were all looking at the space inside the heavenly martial talisman realm that had already been sealed. It's already half a year today. In the heavenly martial talisman realm, those 10 fellows have also been in closed-door training for a full 10 years, Elder Shangguan said softly, his eyes filled with inexplicable nervousness. It's been half a year. They have also been in closed-door training for 5 years. I wonder what level their strength has broken through to. Murong Shi looked at the heavenly martial talisman realm and was also rather nervous. I'm afraid that the strength of some fellows is something that even we can't do anything to now, a blue-robed elder said softly, his eyes filled with emotion. Today's update is complete. Chapter 407. I wonder who will improve the most this time. Will it affect the ranking on the martial ranking again? That's hard to say. Whose progress is greater will depend on their own luck. Before the voice of an elder had finished speaking, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared within the sealed and solidified space of the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. A couple of figures flashed out from within. It's the General, Ghost Child, Yi Feiyu and Guo Xiaofeng. Their auras seemed to have become quite a bit stronger. The ones who appeared first were the General and the other three. When they landed in the eyes of the elders, they secretly used their mental energy to probe. It was not difficult to sense that the auras of these four people had become quite a bit stronger in the 5 years they had been in the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. Swoosh swoosh, following the General, Ghost Child, Yi Feiyu and Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu and Wu Kei also appeared one after another. Their figures landed in the eyes of the elders. Similarly, they could sense that their auras were not ordinary. Their improvements were definitely not small. Swoosh, immediately after, a pale green and graceful figure leaped out. Qi Yi, she appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing the elders to closely observe her. However, the aura on Qi Yishi's body made it difficult for the elders to see through her. Thinking of how terrifying Qi Yishi was, they could only secretly sigh. It was likely that this little girl's cultivation had reached an abnormally terrifying level in the past half a year in the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. Qi's space rippled once again. Soon after, a purple-robed figure flashed out in front of many pairs of eyes. He carried a broadsword with a purple-colored cloth wrapped around it on his back. On his extremely mysterious and resolute face, a clear pair of eyes were curiously looking all around him. When he saw the General, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao and the others, the expression on the purple-robed figure's face returned to normal. A faint smile surfaced on his face. When the time was up, the 10 of them exited the Heaven Martial Seal realm. They looked at each other and intentionally sensed the auras on their bodies. There was a slight smile in their eyes, as if they were extremely satisfied with their own progress. They even had the impulse to fight with each other. However, when Qi Yeshi's gaze accidentally fell on Du Xiaofu, she rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and turned away. Feeling Qi Yeshi's gaze, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had thoroughly offended that terrifying girl during the Tianwu Martial Assembly. Looks like they've all improved tremendously. Du Xiaofu's mental energy curiously probed the auras on the General, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao and the others. He was slightly surprised. From their auras, it seemed that everyone had made extraordinary progress within the Heaven Martial Seal realm. As expected of the benefits that countless people wanted to obtain. 5 years of training within the special Heavenly Martial Seal realm. It could be said that in the outside world, it would be difficult to achieve such results within 10 or even 15 years. However, in this period of time, he had already achieved such results within half a year of entering the Heavenly Martial Seal realm. Just how astonishing was this benefit? This was undoubtedly equivalent to 2 cultivators who were originally famous for their cultivation. If one of them suddenly fought with the same cultivation as 5 years later, or even 10 or 15 years later, the victor would immediately be decided. If the 2 of them still had the same cultivation resources in the future, the other person would never be able to catch up. The gap between them would only grow wider and wider. Du Xiaofu, why don't you try a move? Suddenly, the General's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. His imposing figure stood straight, and his aura suddenly filled the sky. On his statue-like face, battle intent gushed out from his eyes. Hearing the General's shout, Du Xiaofu immediately turned his head to look at the General. Seeing the battle intent that was beginning to spread in the General's eyes, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He raised his eyebrows, and within his clear eyes, a slightly hot aura surged. He said, "Come! All right, then let's do it." As the General's voice fell, the battle intent in his eyes suddenly rose to the peak. He stomped his feet on the ground, and in a short instant, his body directly soared into the sky. While he was in the air, he formed a hand seal and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. An aura that could suppress mountains and rivers erupted. Profound qi surged, and in an instant, a palm print condensed in his palm. Boom! The palm print spread, and was immediately enveloped by a resplendent light. Vast and mighty rune energy swept out like a surging mountain torrent, causing the space to emit rumbling and trembling sounds. In an instant, it rushed in front of Du Xiaofu. Seeing the dazzling rune palm print that could suppress the sky and suppress everything, a faint golden light flickered and surged out from within Du Xiaofu's clear eyes. A tyrannical and frightening aura also erupted like a suppressed volcano. With a wave of his hand, the mysterious golden runes on his palm surged. Layer after layer, like the wings of a golden-winged rock flapping, it violently collided with the palm print that was coming towards him. Boom! When the two collided, their auras were like meteorites colliding fiercely. The runes and talismans scattered from each other, like fireworks blooming in the sky. However, they contained a power that was enough to destroy everything, and swept out like a storm. After reaching a certain point, they silently disappeared. Crack, crack, starting from the area around the feet of the two, many cracks started to spread and collapse, causing the ground of the entire plaza to tremble violently. So powerful! As the general and Du Xiaofu instantly collided, it was so fast that even the elders of the academy could not react in time. On the other hand, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, Gui Hua and the others had already retreated to the side when they saw that the situation was not good. They did not want to be swept in. However, at this moment, when they felt the aura that spread from Du Xiaofu and the general, their eyes were filled with shock. Deng deng! When all the energy dissipated, the general and Du Xiaofu's figures trembled slightly and took 3 steps back. When they stabilized their bodies with the last step, their feet violently stomped on the ground. Under their feet, the ground of the plaza faintly cracked. Their eyes met, and both of them were filled with astonishment and shock. Then, fighting spirit boiled in their eyes and began to surge wildly in an instant. "Stop, the two of you stop right now," Murongshi shouted. After the last word, his figure flashed like lightning and appeared between the two like a ghost. He glared at the two of them, his eyes filled with shock. Then, he rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, "Do you two want to destroy this plaza? If you want to fight, go to the Peace Plaza. This is not the place to fight." "Yes, Elder." As Murongshi blocked them, the rising fighting spirit in the eyes of the general and Du Xiaofu disappeared. They nodded slightly and looked at each other with a smile. The aura around them was immediately withdrawn into their bodies. "Let's meet at the Peace Plaza if we have the chance." The general looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a smile in his eyes on his angular face. He had always wanted to fight with Du Xiaofu. "Okay, let's meet at the Peace Plaza if we have the chance." Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. His purple robe fluttered, and the faint golden light in his eyes gradually withdrew from his resolute and determined face. "Okay, you can all disperse." Murongshi waved his hand to indicate for the surrounding people to disperse. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Come with me. I have something important to talk to you about." After he spoke, Murongshi, Sun Bue and the other elders also flashed away. With a flash, they were in the air in the distance. Du Xiaofu was slightly stunned. The profound qi under his feet surged, and he followed closely. "Quickly follow me to the Weapon Institute. Vice Principal Zhuge wants you to go to the weapon refining room immediately after you leave the Heaven Martial Seal realm." Along the way, Murongshi said to Du Xiaofu, who followed closely, "Elder Murong, why does Vice Principal Zhuge want me to go to the weapon refining room?" Du Xiaofu asked. He remembered that Vice Dean Zhuge had once said that he should be able to refine the weapon by the time he came out of the Heavenly Martial Seal layer. Could it be that some unforeseen event had occurred? Thinking up to here, Du Xiaofu was instantly shocked, and his heart became inexplicably nervous. Vice Principal Zhuge is refining a weapon. I don't know why he wants you to go over. You'll naturally know when you get there. Morongxi said. Looking at Du Xiaofu's footsteps that followed closely, a slight expression flashed through his eyes. The aura around his body fluctuated as he said, "The faster we get there, the better. Follow me." After he finished speaking, the profound qi under Morongxi's feet fluctuated. He increased his speed and flashed out. His figure was like a rainbow that flashed away. Profound qi gushed out from Du Xiaofu's feet as he followed closely. He used the rippling free step, and his figure was like a god. He was as fast as lightning and unpredictable. Morongxi and the other elders understood. They wanted to see if Du Xiaofu could really catch up to them. Therefore, they didn't hold back much. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was still able to follow closely, they silently increased their speed. In the end, they were all moving at full speed, and they didn't hold back at all. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of wind breaking resounded. Du Xiaofu moved at full speed and followed closely. No matter how fast Morongxi, Sun Biue, and the other elders were, Du Xiaofu was able to follow closely without falling behind at all. This caused many elders' eyes to ripple violently. At full speed, with the speed of the elders, they arrived at the valley courtyard where Zhuge Qiangbang was in a moment. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the valley courtyard, he also secretly moved his eyes. He saw many familiar elders sitting cross-legged in the distance. It was obvious that they were protecting Vice Principal Zhuge at the same time.